without even caring about the feat or the fighting style. Just you will not get the bonus action attack. So if you have extra attacks from just leveling, you can use any of the weapons you have.
The problem with the gauntlets is that they're not light. They're considered heavy weapons. So that's why I would have to get the dual wielder feat.
Yeah, if you want the bonus action attack.
To use the bonus action, yeah. Jumping through some hoops.
Okay, so I see we got everybody on both Discord and the game itself. Is if everybody's ready to go?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Locked and loaded.
What about you, Vomitar? You good to go?
Yeah, I'm good to go. Rolling on D20 or D&D Beyond through Roll20, if that's cool.
Yeah, totally fine.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Just make sure that works.
Okay, cool. So you guys usually know that I'll start the games with the PC intros pretty much, but this one kind of calls for a different setup. So in fact, we'll actually kind of just jump right into it. But fear not, the player intro will come, as it usually does. But it might be a little more natural on how it comes about than just simply asking you as a player, But all right, so with that,
let's start the streams.
Yep, I got my stream started at about just a couple minutes ago too. So we're streaming. Thanks for anybody who checks in, and let me know. Leave a chat, comment. I can get you some links to join us, whatever. But all right, so those of you that did play ROG1 will find some things familiar in this. The way that they work, there's ROG1, 2, and 3, and they can be played in any order. So the actions that were taken in ROG1 don't necessarily affect what's happening in 2 and 3 and vice versa. But you'll notice like some themes and some NPCs coming up. And one second, I'm going to get onto my son real quick, and then hopefully that'll be the last time. Okay. Lay down the law. All right, guys. So you are in one of the same little towns you would have visited in the first one, and it's for the new couple playing on this one. It's called Bryn Shander. We are in Icewind Dale, and this is one of the 10 towns. So just a little background, of course. Oral, the Frost Maiden, a goddess. She is laying a curse over the land in Icewind Dale, where it's pretty much perpetual twilight, dim light at best, and of course at night, frigid and incredibly dark. Icewind Dale is a beautiful place, but it can be very rugged and inhospitable in places. Blizzards, avalanches, all sorts of good things, slippery ice, and all that fun stuff. So with that, though, you guys are in Bryn Shander, and it's kind of been a decent little day for you, hanging out, maybe prepping to start finding a job or things like that. And you head towards the Northlook Tavern for a drink. You escape the cold and start to listen to you intend to listen to some of the sweet melodies of the bards, kind of relax a bit. It's about 7 p.m. in the evening, and there's just kind of a light snow falling upon you guys. And as you get within a block of the Northlook, suddenly a wild-eyed kobold comes dashing from a nearby alley. He points towards the north and screams in common, "The ice! The ice! They scream at me! The ice!" With that, he collapses, curling into a shivering ball in the snow. What would you guys like to do?
Stand and stare dumbfounded. Maybe
Continues to shiver. The ice! The ice!
Can I go ahead and give this dude my cloak real quick? He seems a bit cold.
So you take off your cloak, and the wind chill starts to bite at you a little more, but you kind of layer it over the small draconic figure, and he shivers a little less, but you still just hear him, his eyes like bugged out wider than you'd think even possible, as he's just the eyes.
What?
Excuse me.
What
do
else
you
would they
mean
do?
by...
What'd you say, Ray?
What exactly do you mean by the eyes, perhaps?
So as you ask that, he just continues to kind of mutter, and so every once in a while it'll be kind of something in Draconic, but mostly it's just common, and he's kind of saying like the eyes, and then as that happens, go ahead and make me a medicine check as you're a little closer to him.
Okay.
In the meantime,
Let's see.
Fate.
Can I help out with that since I'm proficient in medicine?
Okay.
I'm just helping you so you can get advantage on
Okay.
it.
And while they are at it,
So that's a 15.
Nice. And then what you got, Fate?
Fate would focus his senses and try to use divine sense, if that's okay.
So it doesn't really do what you're intending, but give me an Arcana check since you're on the level. And real quick, while you're doing that, Ryden, is it Ryden?
Yep.
Is it Ryden or Ryden?
Ryden.
Ryden? Ryden. Okay, sorry, I know I asked that last time, but I just wanted to clarify before I say it a million times. But yeah, Ryden, you kind of, with the help of Dwark kind of leaning over you too, and he's kind of muttering some things like, yeah, I've seen this in a book, or I've tinkered with some medical things, and he's kind of giving you some advice as you realize though that the mental breakdown that this creature seems to be having in front of you, it seems to be non-magical. And then with that, Fate, how did you roll?
My Arcana will be not good, just 6.
Let's see, Vomitar or Garg in this one. Fun kill. Do you want to help him with that?
Sure. Garg wouldn't say anything though. Is Garg helping with the medicine? Because Arcana is not really a strong suit.
Yeah, this is the Arcana,
either.
but you can roll it, or you can give Fate advantage, whichever one you want to do.
You know what? Yeah, Garg will do his best to help with whatever magical things are going on. Not that he understands any of it. He's just doing his best to help.
Okay.
So if you want to give that advantage, then go for it.
All right. So one more time with that roll. Fate.
That's a 10.
That actually is the
Garg didn't help
check,
very
because indeed you're actually not checking to see what kind of magic it would be, which may be beyond your character's expertise, but in fact more the opposite. Perhaps you're very you have a very good understanding of more mundane things, and as you look at him, you realize that again this is non-magical, but he seems like he had an encounter with some sort of horrifying creature, and it's kind of thrown him into a bit of trauma, if you will. And so you don't need to know magic to know that it's not magic. And with that, really quick, go ahead.
So my divine sense didn't pick up anything, right?
Give me the specifics of that, just to be sure. But
detects celestials, fiends, and undead within 60 feet.
Okay, so no, nothing at all.
Okay.
But if you guys want to, just really quick, and before I kind of let y'all take the floor on this one, does anyone want to give me a survival check? You guys can do it as a group or help each other out, or if someone thinks they might be the best, they might shout out, or however you guys want to do it. But
I'll go ahead and do that. I have a +4.
I will give her advantage if I can.
Okay, perfect.
That's a nat 20.
Boom. All right, so as you guys are kind of soaking in and relaying the information you're discovering to each other about his condition, you notice that his tracks, they kind of move erratically, but it appears that he came through the north gate of Bridgehander, most likely this very evening. And if you want to, you could kind of follow the track slightly. but you would be walking
Garg
away
would
from
like to
the
follow the
kobold and perhaps the rest of the group. So that's up to y'all. And with that, I kind of like more leave it a little more open to you guys. So you see the tracks kind of leading off towards the north gate, and then also you just have this creature kind of still, not shivering as much with the cloak on him, but still kind of just the eyes.
What was he saying in Draconic? I happened to know that language.
Oh, that's awesome. That's really good. Yeah, it's pretty much still same variation of what he was saying. Like like he was just saying like the eyes, the dark, and but it'll just be in Draconic. He'll just every once in a while he'll lose his stability on the common and kind of slip back into his natural tongue.
Okay.
But since you speak Draconic, I'll go ahead and give you guys this. As you kind of notice his tracks, and then you lean a little bit closer to hear what he's saying in Draconic. I'm wondering if you can get slight more information. You see a bit of parchment sticking out of one of his little pockets on his coat.
Might as well.
Should we just take it from him and see what's going on with it? Perhaps there's more information?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't think he's much help to us now.
Yeah,
Well-
he has little resistance.
Okay.
So the cool thing is I had to double up on my handouts because there's translated and untranslated, and you're probably like the one person that's gonna make this a little bit easier for the party and stuff too. So kudos there. But we are going to go to the handouts, and I think I'm about to show you 3. So give me 1 second to make them visible for you guys. As you pull out these little kind of torn bits of parchment, where you could see hastily written letters that are in Draconic. However, Ryden standing nearby is able to easily translate. So here's the first one, and you can see that it is an address written on
Okay.
there. And you've been in the town long enough, or it's common enough information to know that general whereabouts of where that street is and things like that. So let me continue.
Looks like our fellow here got lucky.
Indeed.
Okay, my roll 20 is kind of being slow, but I'm trying to reveal them to you guys one by one.
Real quick, what is everyone's race?
I am a Tabaxi.
And so we definitely were gonna have like a proper player intro in just a minute.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. They kind of like included that in a little bit more of the setup for this one, so I was like, hey, we'll try to do it a little more naturally
That's
than normal.
cool.
But okay, I think
Yeah, I like
so you can
that. I
see
feel
the
like most
second
people-
one. It's still gonna be labeled 2T. The T is just translated, so you got handout 1s, 1s and 2s and 3s and.
Well, maybe he didn't get lucky.
Okay. All right, so. All right, yeah, you're able to pull them out and translate them, and just to you can see them obviously, but the third one, you see what appears to be like a gateway of some sort, or like a door, and then you see where it says they stare from under the darkness, and there's like a pair of eyes there. At the bottom is scrolled on 4-day.
Yep. This kobold is a schizophrenic.
And obviously the first one was just the address I had mentioned. Dang, roll 20, why are you being so laggy?
I can see those. The handouts.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure about the others.
Yep,
can
yeah,
as
you should
well.
all be able to
Yeah.
see them. I'm just kind of touching on each one. And then, yeah, obviously you see on the second one, it almost appears to be like a drawing of an area, such as like a cavern or things. And it almost looks like pillars or stalactites, kind of. And you see, obviously he's drawn the eyes and says the Jewels Watch. So just kind of storing all that information in, and then we'll go back to you guys. You've got a little more from these scrolls. Also, you see the tracks kind of descending back towards the gate. What do y'all want to do?
I'm very curious about these tracks. So Dwark is gonna whistle, and a little homunculus is gonna crawl out of his armor on his back, and I'm gonna ask him to go scout that out.
So
Should
you want
we
him to
bring?
go ahead, Ray?
Should we bring the kobolds back to Icewind before we continue on with anything?
Are we not in the city?
Yeah, you guys are in the town right now in the
Oh,
streets.
okay.
But you could definitely take them with you if you all go as a group. That's not a terrible idea.
Okay.
I think that using a spell slot to cast heroism on the
Does-
kobold would be worth it.
Does anyone have calm emotions?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he
Help.
seems to be physically okay, just mentally has, a bit of trauma.
He needs counseling.
Oh.
Could we
Don't
perhaps
we
try
all?
and calm him down?
I'm sorry?
Could we perhaps try and calm him down with persuasion or anything like that?
After you put the coat on him and stuff, and you guys have kind of been around him for a moment, he's getting the sense that he's okay, he's just in a more chill state, but you can see that he's not going to be very responsive to pretty much anything.
Okay.
Wait, I've got it. And I'm gonna walk over to the kobold, and I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna put a finger on his forehead and cast mending.
He just kind of you see his eyes kind of just glaze over for a moment, and then he just mutters, "The eyes," as kind of returns back to his normal state.
So that didn't work.
And so you guys can kind of follow the tracks, of course, to get a little more information on him. But you also do recognize that address on the paper pretty easily. It's just a couple blocks away from where you are now. So really, either way you guys want to go is fine.
And then Garg could pick up the kobold, just sort of sling him over his shoulder as they follow the tracks. Just do a 2-for-1 deal and not have to actually decide between the two.
Yes.
For sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So
Garg will.
as you guys go through kind of the winding streets, you see the light snow starting to pile up in small drifts here and there, and it's going to be pretty dark, but the torch lights and things that are strewn around the town kind of keep it where you can see. And Rye, you're a bit of an expert when it comes to following tracks and things like that, so you're kind of pointing the cues out as you follow the little pointy-toed tracks of the kobold. Eventually you get to the gate where there are a couple guards there, and you're able to pass through. They don't stop you or anything, and you see that the footsteps, they start to fade into the snow that's piling up outside town. And though that if you would continue down this pathway, it leads more to Targos and Tourmaline, which are just other nearby settlements and things. And that's kind of where the trail ends. And so you see you're outside the town now, and there's a couple guards standing by you, just kind of shuffling around, kind of knowing that their shift's almost over.
Guess we might as well ask them if they saw anything suspicious, although I doubt it given their behavior.
Okay. He kind of belches as you approach him. "Oh, you must mean us!" And then go ahead and make me a persuasion check real quick as you ask that, just to win him over.
Could I possibly assist? As I
Sure.
have the investigator background, that might possibly help. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you can assist him. So if you want to take advantage on that fate.
And that's a 23.
Boom! So you go up and you can put it in your own words if you like, but you kind of give him a brief intro. "Hey, we just found this dude, but yada yada." And
So I'm gonna, if I can.
yeah, go ahead.
So as we're walking out of the town, I'd assume they would be at first facing away from us. So I'm just gonna walk by, slightly nudge him on the arm, and say to him, Did you guys see anything suspicious recently?
Oh well, there's all kinds of things have been coming out of the dark lately. We never have a peaceful moment. It seems. You can tell he's like exaggerating a bit, like his job's so hard. But I gotta say, there was this funny little figure he kind of tore through here just a moment ago. He kept screaming something about eyes. It was pretty weird, but
this guy. And I'm gonna point over to the kobold. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is him. I guess you guys caught up with him. Man, he doesn't look so good, but I'll be honest, I thought it would be some sort of trick someone was playing on us. We have kobolds are pretty common around the area, and so we didn't really recognize them as a threat or anything, but I figured someone was trying to prank us.
I see. Do you guys remember from which direction did he run?
Well, yeah,
where he came from, I guess.
That path there towards Tourmaline, it seems where he came from. And he just kept saying something about eyes. Yeah, we kind of took a couple steps out. I mean, not that far, but we couldn't really follow his tracks much more past the snow.
I see. Thanks. I'm gonna slowly start walking in that direction, but wait for the party if they want to do anything else here.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up to the guard and say, you sure you haven't seen any weird eyes lately? And I'm gonna cast Thaumaturgy to make my eyes start changing colors rapidly.
See, that's what I'm talking about. At least there's some pranksters around here like that. You're not gonna spook me, okay? You can see he's like slightly rattled, but it's like, okay, I get it. No, we hadn't seen anything, but look, okay, we'll make sure we're guarding the place pretty well, and if hopefully y'all can help that little guy. Let us know if there's anything we can do.
Oh,
yeah,
and
just keep an eye out.
Fate is going to stop in place as he remembers a crucial little detail. He's going to walk backwards without turning, and then ask the guards about the address we found on the kobold's papers or whatever.
Oh, you must be trying to see old Rog. Yeah, Rog Dranian. He's pretty well known here in Bryn Shander. He's a pretty dependable guy for the most sort. I know he was bringing a lot of attraction to the area with this whole mining operation he was kind of supposed to be getting going, and it was pretty good there for a while. Yeah, was starting to pick up on some business in town, and that's always good for everybody, even us guards, even if, we got to keep our eyes open more. But yeah, I don't know. It's been a bit quiet though lately. Not sure what's up with that, but yeah, he's probably home though if you're looking for him, or he's out getting a drink somewhere or something. I'm sure, but. And at the mention of the word of the name Rog, the little kobold, he kind of like opens his eyes a little more, like, or maybe kind of like lowers them, less widened, and he seems like a little more sane for a second as he goes, Rog? And then you see he's kind of like slips back into his catatonic state.
Okay.
And so with that,
Should we go?
You guys want to go to Rog's Manor?
Yes.
All right. Without further ado, you are able to follow the follow the path to the house indicated in the parchment. Like I said, it's owned by a pretty well-known guy here named Rog Dranian, and his house it's pretty simple. It's a little one-story rectangular house, and it's on a pretty rundown plot of land in town, and you can see kind of other nicer properties surrounding it. But night starts to truly fall, and darkness kind of surrounds you as you approach number 9 Snow Clover Lane in Bryn Shander. The little door lets in some light through some windows, and you're able to see a man sitting at a table who seems to be around middle-aged or so, and as he notices you guys kind of through the little window there, he immediately jumps up and approaches the door and opens it. Ah, well, hello there! And you see, it looks like a veteran soldier type of guy. He's holding a longsword at his belt. And he's mostly a silhouette. Go ahead.
I'm talking to my friend. Dude, show him the kobold.
Garg holds up the kobold once more, like Rafiki holding up Simba.
Oh, shit. Okay, and as you do that, hold on, my cat's attacking me for some reason. What the hell? All right. He all of a sudden, like, he kind of puts one hand on the hilt of his longsword, and his eyes go wide as he says, "Kaolix! What has happened to Kaolix? Come inside quickly. We need to understand what has happened." And he kind of ushers you guys to come into his house.
Okay.
And so you go into a large front room, and you got a large wooden table there, and some chairs, and a nice hearth on the far side. It's keeping a good warmth in the room and some light. And he kind of disappears in one room off to the side, and comes back with some blankets. And he motions for you to put the kobold Kaolix near the hearth, and it makes him like a little pallet of sorts with the blankets. So you want to set him down on there?
Garg walks over and unceremoniously dumps the kobold on the pile.
And so he's like, he kind of gets lost for a minute in the cloak and the blankets, but then you kind of like see his little like long ear, pointy eared head pop up, and he just kind of is like, you see him, he almost seems to have like a little bit more semblance, and he turns and he looks like directly at Dwark, and he makes eye contact and says, the eyes see my mind. And then he kind of like just closes his eyes and falls asleep.
That bitch is crazy.
And so,
next blanket full.
I'll turn the table back to you guys real quick as Rog turns towards you and says, "Well, it seems to be okay for now, and I must admit, I don't know any of you. My name's Rog Dranian, and I have to ask, where did you find Kaolix? And, where are my manners? Maybe you should introduce yourselves. How about you, sir? We don't see too many tabaxi around here. What's your name?"
Well, I am Ryden, private investigator, and quite possibly I could perhaps solve this mystery of what happened to this little tiny lizard boy.
An investigator.
Yes, indeed. Very experienced, I tell you. I tell you that my service comes. That's no free charges. But
of course, nothing in this world is free. I know that.
Indeed, quite so. But willing to lend you a hand. Might possibly help your friends.
That would be wonderful. There may be a little more information to share before we get down to business. There's a couple things you must know. But first, of course, I want to get to know you all a little better. And just out of character real quick, if you want to include all the other, tidbits you throw in with your regular PC intro, this would be the good time to do so. And then also, he's going to follow it up with the old typical inspiration question that I like to do. As Rog, he says, well, I gotta say, I'm interested to know more about you, Ryden. And if you can, have you ever been here to Icewind Dale? And if so, could you share me a quick story about that? If not, perhaps you could tell me your impression of the place. It is quite unique, I think.
Well, many years ago, me and my late husbands, we used to settle here for a few years or so. Man really likes this place for some reason. Well, too bad I can't find him here for some reason. Perhaps I'm looking at the wrong place, but, well, I'll be able to find him soon. Hopefully, at least.
I'm sure you will. Icewind Dale is a big place, and with this darkness and swirling snow, it's pretty easy to get lost. Hopefully, bundled up warmly before he set out. And now, I gotta say, how about you, fellow? And I'd be interested to see what's behind the mask there. What's your name?
So Fate is currently probably leaning against the wall in the corner. Because Edge, yes. He has short silver hair, and his face is indeed hidden beneath a metallic mask. And he is wearing, I'd assume, some fur coat because of the temperature around, and and some armor underneath. And from the eye holes of the mask, you can see some faint light coming off.
Okay.
I'd rather not show my
then-
face.
Okay, I understand. There's people that wear hoods a lot around here and stuff too, and it's kind of common. I gotta say, I'm sorry for teasing you a bit on that, but I'm curious. Have you ever been to Icewind Dale, Fate?
No, I'm relatively new here. I'm traveling the world. For reasons I'll keep to myself.
Fair enough, and I gotta say, I hope you find your stay here pleasurable. I know with the whole curse of Oral going on, it's not the best time for tourism, as it were, but maybe you can at least earn a little gold.
That's always an option.
Yeah, such a pleasure to meet you, son. And I gotta ask, I got nothing but respect for my old elders, sir, and it's a great pleasure to have you in my home today. He turns towards Dwark as he says that.
Okay, so one last thing.
Oh, go ahead.
He's out of character. His race is custom lineage because I'm playing a unique type of Azimar.
Okay.
And that's it for me.
Nice. And are you a paladin?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Yep. So he turns towards Dwark and he kind of like shakes your hand and here, sir. Here, let me get a seat for you. It's such a pleasure to have you in my home today.
Well, thank you. And Dwark is a mountain dwarf with very old features, lots of wrinkles, has white hair with smudges of black oil, and it's kind of browning in his beard, especially. Instead of your standard heavy armor, Dwark has built himself a turtle shell that he's using as his armor. And Dwark says, "Hey, well, I was in Icewind Dale not too long ago. Let's just say it involved a fella without a hand, and then I lended him one. And this is Trixie, and a little homunculus comes out of the shell. And my homunculus is shaped like a chewinga. If you don't know what that is, it's like a jungle fairy.
Yep.
And that's it.
Oh wow, a chewinga. Well, it kind of looks like one. Those little playful sprites are all out in the snow and the blizzards. You got to be careful. Most of the time they're helpful, but they can be a little tricky sometimes. That's so cool that you have one that's your friend. And
And she gets a little trick too. Pull her finger. And the homunculus sticks a finger out.
he like takes a sip from his flagon of mead, and then he kind of reaches forward. I'm always down for a good jest, and he like pulls the finger.
And you just press the digitation to like give him a little shock, like those little gum packets.
No, hey, that's not what I was expecting. Now come now. All right. I appreciate your story there too about your time here in Icewind Dale. It can be such a lovely place, and hopefully we can kind of get things back in order. And he kind of turns toward last but certainly not least, almost looking up a little bit as Garg kind of stands there. And this fellow, you're a strapping lad, I see. He would have made a fine warrior in the army back in the day. But I gotta say, yeah, I don't really recognize you. Have you ever been here to Icewind Dale?
Gorg kind of stares glassy-eyed at the man, and half belching, half speaking, just says, Gorg. But from... and sorry, to describe him, he is a tall, strapping lad, young on the younger side. He looks like he was probably from the upper classes as he wears fine clothes, but his manner is certainly not befitting the clothing he wears. He kind of just stares at people and grunts and sniffs the air. But as he says Garg, a rustling from his pack can be heard, and you can hear something saying, excuse me, one moment. And out from his pack and over his shoulder pops a stylish baby crocodile, which, for reference sake, is a certificate, an event certificate. It is an awakened crocodile that can speak common.
Oh, that's cool.
But the crocodile then introduces himself as Simon, a sorcerer who has befallen unfortunate circumstances on a trip to the Feywild to explore his sorcerer's origins. He stumbled across a place of great magic and a tiny baby crocodile. And unfortunately for him, as he tried to tap into the magic, the wildness of the magic was too great for him, and unfortunately switched his consciousness with that of the tiny baby crocodile. So Simon is forever stuck in the form of this crocodile, and Garg, the crocodile, is now forever stuck in Simon's body. So I present to you the duo of Simon and Garg Funkil.
Damn, good one.
Thank you, thank you.
It's such a pleasure to meet you. And
mechanically,
go ahead, my bad.
I was just going to type it in. Mechanically, he's a Barbarian 3, a wild magic path, or whatever it is.
Okay, cool. What's your race?
Variant human.
Oh, nice. Okay, so he kind of soaks in that story, and he's, oh my goodness, that sounds amazing. I've heard whispers of the Feywild, but I'm starting to think, thankfully, if never fell into that hole myself. Wow, that's such a crazy, exceptional thing to happen to someone. Such a pleasure to meet you there, Simon. I could brains and the brawn with you two, I see.
Simon reaches out a tiny taloned hand towards the man.
He gives it a little shake with his fingers, and he says, "Well, I think that concludes a good introduction. I feel like I know you guys pretty well now. So thanks for humoring me on that. From the DM, of course, you guys can all take inspiration. I appreciate that, guys. And then Drogoth, sorry, this guy's coming later. My bad. It's not a secret though. But Rog continues. He says, well, I guess it's probably about time for me to share a little bit more about myself. It's no secret who I am around Bryn Shander. And obviously, if you were able to find my house here quite easily. But I gotta say, where to start? A couple of seasons ago, I was hired by this family in Waterdeep. They're pretty wealthy, and they wanted me to establish a gem mine not too far from here in Tourmaline. They go by the name Antios. I don't know if you've ever heard of them, but they're pretty prominent in Waterdeep. Anyways, I hired Dear Kaelix there, and you just hear the eyes kind of quietly come up from below. He was my foreman and leader of the kobold mining crew I hired. I also gave a job to another kobold named Fudor as a general manager. Sorry, my freaking stupid cat's over here clicking buttons. Anyway, and there was another kobold too under my pay by the name of Mitros, and he's the head of engineering for the blasting and mining and such. We also hired a Dwergar, kind of a peculiar dwarf man by the name of Drogoth Rindu. He lives in Tourmaline, and he's pretty well known for being able to blast some things about, and so he helped us with that. But I gotta say, I'm not sure what happened, but the mine just wouldn't produce much. The gems were there, but I couldn't really piece together what happened in time before the kobold mining crew broke into an open cave filled with water on the 3rd level of the mine. That's when the trouble began. Several crew members went missing, and the kobolds refused to work anymore. And Drogoth, we got to be decent enough friends, and he recommended that we seal the mine for fear of danger of what may come from deeper below. I feared perhaps a path to the Underdark was opened up. So I paid a little bit of money, and I hired a mage to magically seal the entrance. Unfortunately, that pretty much ended the operation of the mine, and everybody has kind of gone their separate ways. I haven't seen Kaelix for some time now, and I was a bit concerned that he may have went back to the mine. I need to stay here and see what I can do to cure him. And the kobold stirs for a moment, but it still kind of remains in a coma-like state. I will pay you, though. He kind of nods towards Ryden. If you'll find out what happened to my dear friend here, Kaelix, and vanquish whatever horror might be responsible. The first thing to do would probably be to check in with Drogoth Rindu in Tourmaline, for he's likely to know what Kaelix has been up to for the past season. He kind of, kept in got better contact with the kobolds than I have. I gotta say, before I let you go, is his house is the second on the last on the trail to Lonelywood outside Tourmaline. So with that information, you should be able to locate it fairly easily. And that's about it from me. Do you have any questions, or you guys could probably take off in the morning?
It sounds like a good idea to go out in the morning.
Yeah, okay.
Indeed, but how much money will you be paying us exactly?
Well, I'll have to pull some things together. I'll admit, with the business with the mine, funds have kind of came and gone, but I'm always trying to put a scheme together. I got some logging business plans in works and a couple other things that gets me some gold here and there, and I'm sure I could squeeze something off for you guys if you help me out here. Maybe somewhere. I'd have to check my funds, but perhaps 50 to 100 gold for each of you. I would imagine I could probably make that happen.
Okay then.
Sounds good.
Of course, the mine. I'll admit there probably won't be too much in there, as we were stripping everything we could as we left. But if you find anything in particular that you're welcome to keep it. I'm sure.
Okay, I'm looking for rocks.
There you go. I'm not really missing anything there, other than what could have been. So if you find anything, feel free.
Okay. I call dibs on the blanket for it.
I'll go ahead and take my coat back.
Fate is
Curls
going
up
to
on the
use.
floor.
Okay. Fate is going to use his sleeping bag and try to make an improvised hammock.
And can I also use this time to cast Goodberry?
Sure. So here, this will actually kind
Okay.
of trend into a couple things for each of you, and for Dwark and Garg, you can kind of assist in whatever way you feel that you want to. But Ryden, you kind of mentioned using Goodberry, and Rod kind of said, "Well, I don't have much, but you could check over there in the kitchen." And as you go into the kitchen, you see that there really isn't that much here. Just some pots and some dry bread. Yeah, it really seems like he doesn't keep much food or utensils here. So you kind of maybe be a little displeased with the offer, and you could still, of course, cast Goodberry for the group.
I'm still gonna cast Goodberry, and I'll take a piece of bread and eat it.
Fate will swap his spells around.
Okay, and so you brush back into to the main room, Ryden, carrying like a tray full of your magically created food and a couple stale hunks of bread too that are just good enough. And as you do that, Fate, you kind of retreated to the bedroom a bit and set up your cot. And Rog's like, yeah, I travel a lot, and I have people that I stay with on the road, and sometimes they'll stay here with me. So make yourselves at home. And as you go into the bedroom, you see just like a little straw mat for a bed with blankets, and you can kind of see some old clothes in his closet, including his old militia uniform when he used to be in the Bryn Shander militia.
Oh man.
And if you want to, you can go ahead and make me an investigation check. And then I would say for like Dwark and Garg, if you guys could you could attempt to roll yourselves too, because I'll just be frank, it's a pretty high one. Or you could give him, advantage and put all of the fate into to Fate's hands. So however you two want to decide.
I'm gonna roll. I got a +5, so
Yeah, it's ironic. If Krem was here, now he is an expert when it comes to militia companies and whatnot. But Fate does not have the same background.
He's like, these old clothes, so lame.
actually, instead of rolling, could I cast Detect Magic?
Yeah, you can, and you don't detect any magic in the area.
Well, since we get everything back in the morning anyway, I guess I will pop a quick Divine Sense.
Nope, nothing really. You're in the middle of the town, and it's pretty chill.
Makes sense.
Yeah, nothing, no threats here really, or no magic around or anything like that. But if you want to make me the investigation check, and then you still could too if you want, Dwark, and then Garg, I kind of heard you in there in the background. What did you say?
Oh yeah, Garg not smart. Garg just sniff and help.
Okay, so
give him
who do you want to help,
whatever.
Fate or Dwark?
He's gonna help Fate.
Okay, so take advantage on that Fate.
Bad choice, but okay. Investigate. Go ahead. Here goes nothing. That's a...
All right, this is such a hard roll that honestly I don't even think you wouldn't be able to hit it with a 20. So, but Dwark, if you roll a 20, you could hit it. It's DC 25. It's pretty hard. So give me one more roll, Dwark, just for laughs. Let's see if you can get it.
All right.
It's one of... Oh! Woo!
Bruh.
Dwarric Stoneshaft, you stud. All right, man, that was freaking amazing, dude. That was a 1 in 20 chance right there, buddy. Holy heck. Okay, so with a DC 25 investigation check made by our very own Dwarric Stoneshaft, you follow Fate into the room as he's kind of stringing his hammock up, and he's kind of casting his eyes, and he comments on like the lame clothes in the closet, and you kind of go in and you're like, and you kind of maybe push your spectacles up a little if you got them, and you kind of take a keener look around the room, thinking that something in this house just isn't quite right. Like, why is it so shabby? And sure enough, you see a loose board off in the closet, as you know, maybe Fate kind of drew your attention off to the clothes, and so you go to like check it out, and you pull up the floorboard and you see a letter from the Antios family to Rog, and also 575 gold.
Dang, all right.
Fate's gonna...
Should we steal it?
They're like...
Yes.
Is everyone in the room? Everyone saw this?
That's up to you guys. Y'all could you can wander freely. If y'all want to go in, that's fine. And
I just think we can take the gold.
As y'all think about that real quick, Dwark, you can read the letter right quick. It's written in common. It's slightly faded. It's dated from over 3 years ago. And the letter documents a business deal between Rog and the Antios family to establish a working gem mine near Tourmaline. Based on the letter, it looks like Rog had received around 1,000 gold to establish the mine and would have received a percentage of the overall profits for management. But according to the letter, Rog was supposed to meet with a man named Draneth Antios about a year after the mine was supposed to open, and based off of what you're piecing together, it looks like that meeting probably never happened, and this is like a big portion of that money that he was going to use for the mine is still here.
He didn't meet with Draneth.
That just based off of the age of the parchment that you're looking at, and the way that it's dated, and then kind of like the way that he was talking about some things earlier, and how money kind of comes and goes and blah blah blah. You're getting this, and he did mention the mine and how it got shut down and stuff. You're able to piece together that maybe you could maybe you could ask him, but it seems like he probably have never had that connection again. Not necessarily a shifty guy, but he kind of gets caught up in bad businesses and stuff like that. So what do you want to do with the gold, guys? You want to take that or leave it?
Well, I don't really want to keep it. It's not a good idea to steal from the man.
Yeah. I'll agree with the cat.
Okay. So basically, you guys probably could have gotten max gold if you take it, but if you don't, I'll include a nice little stipend there for being good, lawful characters. So I'll definitely factor in your decision there, and you'd made the right choice, guys.
I'm not going to take any, but I'm going to take like 50 gold out of that.
Okay, so you slice it, or you could pull up a couple coins, and maybe you think to yourself, just in case if he doesn't pay me, I'm gonna make sure I got what I deserve.
Mm-hmm.
You're thinking to yourself, I'll give it back at the end if he pays us. Oh, sure. Well, I guess we'll just see. But you guys kind of discover all you can in this area, unless you want to say anything else to Rog, as he kind of like sipping a little bit more of his mead, and he kind of tells you guys, well, I'll see you in the morning, and I'll give you a little bit more direction to Tourmaline. And he starts to go to retire to his bedroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my turtle shell armor off
I'm
and
gonna
grill
take
on his
it
hoof.
off.
What'd you say, Fate?
We're taking our armor off because technically, if you sleep in armor, you get exhaustion. I don't want it.
Okay, so you guys are able to get real nice and comfy for the night, and it stays pretty warm by the hearth in his little hut. You know, smaller area to warm. It's keeps it pretty toasty. A lot of body heat too being generated here. But the night passes pretty smoothly, and you wake up in the morning. Rog kind of, you guys are gonna need to walk to Tourmaline from Bryn Shander. You might pass through Targos on the way. Take you about 6 hours or so.
Well, no point in wasting time.
And so
Unless-
you see him kind of waving from the doorway as you guys trot off into the bright morning, or I would say bright if there wasn't this dang twilight cast over the land. And so it's still pretty dim light, but you can tell the freshness of the day is setting in as people are rousing across the town. The air is crisp as you set out in the early morning on the road to Targos, and that takes about 4 hours to get there. You don't really encounter very many travelers on the road, although the weather is pretty clear, about as clear as it gets around here. You kind of approach the walled city of Targos, but you know that it's not your destination, so you kind of just skirt around the outside of the walls of the city and continue on to Tourmaline, and you would arrive there around noon. You follow Rog's directions, and you come to kind of an odd-shaped house on the road to Lonelywood. It's made entirely of stone and shaped in a conical beehive sort of shape, and smoke is rising from the chimney at the top of the structure. A path leads up to the squat door in the center of the stone house, and as you guys approach, kind of with the directions knowing that this is Drogoth's house, you hear a loud bang from the inside of the house, followed by a blast of black smoke from the chimney.
Time to draw your weapons, I guess.
Yep. I'm sprinting in. Head first.
I'm
Or
following.
draws no weapons, but sprints up as well.
I shall prepare my longbow, and I am going to peer inside.
So, Ryden, you look at and see a little kobold kind of coming towards the door, and off in the distance, let me make sure he's not in a back room. You don't really see any sign of any kind of dwerg or anything as you peer through. And then dwerg, as you just thrust open the door from your experiments and things, that kind of noise and bang was probably some sort of meth lab explosion or something like that. And you're like Walter White, I'm coming in. But you as you go to open up the door, the little kobold figure is there, and he kind of looks up at you in wide eyes, and he's like, "Well, I never. That's rude." And he kind of goes to shush you back out of the door. You see a blast of purplish smoke kind of issuing from further back in the house. He says plainly in common, "What do you want? Get out of here. The master is busy. Come back later." And behind the kobold, you see brownish smoke starting to waft through the doorway in the back. And the kobold is trying to close the door on you, Dork.
Your master and I have an arm wrestling match to get to promptly. Out of my way.
He kind of stops for a second as he's still got both of his small little spindly hands on the door. The master said no visitors, and he starts to try to push the door up against you again. Clearly, his strength versus yours is insignificant, but he's just trying to come on. And as he's struggling with that, the door opens in the back, and out pops a gray-haired dwerger. He's a little dwarf man, pretty pale skin, and he shouts, "Eurykanos! Those are probably the merchants with the guano!" And with that, he kind of looks at you guys expectantly.
We have lots of bad poop.
One more time, sorry.
Said, we have lots of bad poop.
Ah, see? Now, Eurykanos, be gone, be gone. These are definitely the guano merchants. Yeah, they certainly smell like it. Yes, come in. And
He was talking about you.
the kobold reluctantly lets you in. He's like, you can see he's a little peeved, and he kind of just walks out.
Bruh.
He wrinkles his nose at Garg as he expels the gas, and he's dang, these these dang commoners and adventurers these days. And he's like muttering little things as he curses, and he's going to like tidy up kind of. And so you enter the house, curls of whitish smoke filter through the door, and the walls are lined with all sorts of racks of chemicals, glass beakers, other apparatus. I don't know. And in the center of the room, there's a large forge. You see two kobolds. They kind of look up from their work, but you can see that they're straining to work a giant pair of bellows. Both of them just kind of like taking turns, like heaving and hoeing on it. A glowing mixture of unidentified metal glows in a stone crucible in the center of the forge. Drogoth motions you to sit at the table in a corner of the room. Now come, sit down. Hey, I've got the pay here for the guano, and I need it for my experiments.
Excuse me, sir. I am Private Investigator Ryden, and we are here to question you about, well, some things regarding kobolds by the name of, what was he called again? Sorry.
Kaolix? That's okay.
Alex, yes. Do you perhaps know anything about this kobolds, perhaps?
Ah, well, yeah, Kaolix. Yes, I've done some dealings with him. Also, a couple other kobolds, Fudor and Mitros, yes, but I haven't seen them in more than 10 by 10 days, which is like 100 days converted over. I gotta say though, based on what you're telling me, you may just want to check out the mine. You may have heard of Rog Dranian, but he was kind of my business partner in that endeavor. It didn't quite go. I think it was mostly his doings. He had picked a bad mine. There wasn't a lot of gems there in the end, and then before you know it, we tapped into some strange place full of evil. So we sealed it up, and that's pretty much the last of that. I'm not sure what else may have happened to dear Kaolix.
And of course you did nothing wrong.
Do you know anything about, perhaps, the eyes?
Oh, not this about the eyes again. Yes, that's the last I heard from the kobolds. You know, we had found a cave in there with a little pool of water, and those little pipsqueaks, they came into another cavern, and they kept complaining about hearing voices in their heads and stuff. A couple of them even went missing. It was strange, but that's kind of why we decided to go up and seal it up. That might be what he's talking about with the eyes, but I gotta say, I never saw anything like that, so who knows?
I see. Interesting.
Doesn't take a genius to figure out what's the problem here.
I, for
It's
one, am
his
offended,
eyes.
sir. Now look, I don't want this to tarnish my fine reputation I have. Everybody thinks I'm pretty much awesome in this town. Don't even question that.
You think you're better than me?
Huh?
Dwarf gets in his face and says, you think you're better than me?
Dwarf to dwarf communication.
You're standing like eye to eye. There's like a moment of like a 1 minute of quiet with like direct eye to eye contact, and then finally he's like, "No, I guess I don't. Sorry if I gave that impression. But look, we're trying to put this nasty business behind us, and we sealed up the cave. Perhaps something has happened there, and if you ask me, maybe we could just put this thing to rest for good, and then, no one will be coming and bugging me about this anymore and thinking I got something to do with this business. So look, I came up with this pretty cool little device here, and Dwarrick, he might perk up as he holds up what is essentially an explosive. It's like a little, you can see through magic and some metal. It's like tinkered up, and there's like a little timer and a little like wind on it that you can set. Now look, let's just be done with this place and no more questions about it. Let's bomb it, okay? Let's blow up the entrance to the to whatever they found in that chamber, and it seemed like it may descend deeper and deeper into the earth. And if we just destroy the entrance, then I think that could probably be the end of it. What do y'all think about that?
Clearly.
I shall look into this.
Clearly,
We must make sure that there will be no casualties. Oh, sorry.
Right.
just sealing this thing up didn't work the last time.
Well,
I'd say, ask him how much he'll pay us.
well,
That's true.
actually, I have something I could give you that could be of use. You could probably consider it a sort of payment. But yeah. So he kind of like rustles behind him and he pulls out a little lantern. I got a feeling that, based off of the ravings of these kobolds, there might have been some creatures coming up from the the Underdark there, and I kind of patched this together. I got a little bit of information on these types of creatures, and I know that usually if something's kind of piercing into your mind, it's one of those damn aberration types of creatures, and so I was gonna investigate this at some point, and so I was putting this together, and I'd like you to use it, and hopefully you could consider that a form of payment as well. And he hands you this really cool lantern that is pretty unique in appearance and like just the way that the metal is kind of crafted. But what really stands out is in the middle of kind of a dull green glow in the center where the light would come out, you just like see tentacles kind of splayed against the glass every once in a while as it kind of just shifts back and forth. And this is actually going to be a magic item for you guys, so let me show you that. And it's called the Lantern of Tracking, and with that kind of item it specifies a monster type, and this one is going to specify Aberrations, so it's a slew of creatures I'm sure you guys know, or some you will know soon, I'm sure. And so let me save, and okay, so that's going to pop up for you guys. Lantern of Tracking, Aberrations. It does not require attunement, which is important for this adventure, I think, because one of y'all can carry this. And it says it burns for 6 hours on 1 pint of oil, yada yada. When the lantern's within 300 feet of any creature of an aberration type, it glows bright green. Can't pinpoint the exact location, but it'll let you know that they're hanging out in the area. And so it looks like this is just a common magic item, so it doesn't count against your limit or anything for your uncommon ones.
Yeah, I can hold on to that bomb too.
Garg can carry the lantern because Garg doesn't carry any weapons, and he also has no dark vision.
Oh, but it seems like a perfect fit then. Here you go, sir. Hold on to this, and just keep a lookout. If it starts to glow or flash on you, you might have something around you.
Garg takes the lantern, shakes it a few times, confused as to what it does.
It almost
like on the head and puts it in the pack.
The tentacles inside like retreat inside the liquid for a moment, and every once in a while you'll just see like a sucker or something like that kind of like glance across the glass. Like if you're looking for it, you just can't seem to find it. But then when you're looking away, you just see it kind of like waving in the glass towards you, teasing you almost. Nice. Fate, you're going to be able to see everything. All right, so he gives you guys that. And he says, well, it's good. We'll just settle this business, and I can give you a quick little sketch of the path to the mine. It's not too far from here. And he does that and hands it off to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like I said, just make towards the 3rd floor and make good use of those explosives and no more creatures from the Underdark, I hope.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Well,
Again.
One more time?
Our payment is the item.
Right, so that's what he's offering for you guys. I'm not, I didn't really hire you guys, but I feel like I can help you get the job done.
Surely, we don't want your perfect reputation to get tainted. So maybe a little bit of extra to ensure preserving that. I will try to.
Anyone want to give, or do you want to give me an insight check as you're kind of questioning him a little more? Like you're wondering what his angle is. Yeah, anybody who wants, and we can do it a group check or however.
That's a natural 20. Thank you very much.
Hey.
Actually, it's a pretty high check, and so
that is an 18.
So that's actually a fail, but the 21 is a pass. So we'll just leave it at that, because honestly, that was a hard one to hit, and you nailed it, Fate. So as you kind of question him, like thinking, like, why can't you, why won't you give us a little pay or something? You're starting to put a couple things together, and you realize that he's not being 100% truthful. And anytime you guys mention Kaolix and stuff, he really does seem to like in the beginning, he was like, oh, Kaolix, yeah, I worked with him some time ago. I'm not sure what's about that. But now you're kind of like realizing in hindsight that every time Kaolix was brought into the conversation, he kind of like got a little more tense, as if he was a little bit worried about that.
Hmm. I'm gonna point it out to him and see his reaction.
Okay, so as you kind of press him, he says, look, I'm just concerned about the little guy. I love these kobolds. I love them. That's why I'm wanting to provide you guys with this explosive, so we could just make sure the mine is all sealed up proper, and everyone will be happy, I'm just looking out for him.
Yes, no, I know you're lying.
I heard you, Dork. I'm not lying. And what'd you say, Ryden?
Isn't the mine already sealed? If we explode it, wouldn't that mean that the seal would probably break?
So as you're starting to like find some weak points in his story, you see him kind of cave a little bit, and he starts looking around shiftily, and he's like, okay, look, I'll admit it. I sent Kaolix back into the mine. I sent them to unseal the mine about 5 days ago. All right, him and the two other kobolds that they usually stick together like a little trio. Perhaps they're family even. I hate these little things. I don't look into them that much. You see the kobolds over there just like recoil like their master is like so freaking terrible. Okay, I can tell you guys aren't gonna leave here without me telling you the truth. So I sent them to go back into the mine, and it's pretty funny. They were really scared, but I forced them to because they're even more afraid of what I'll do to them. But it looked like they were trying to do their best to get in there and get this crystal for me. That seems to be what at the root of a lot of these hallucinations they're having are about. But I'm guessing it could have some really awesome scientific value, and seems like some other people may have claim to that as well, and I think that may be where they're starting to get into the minds of those little buggers. I haven't heard from them, and definitely not. This is the first I'm hearing about the three after they had unsealed the mine and went back in. So I was kind of wondering, and that's why I was kind of preparing to go there myself with the lantern and the bomb and stuff to do this, but. Seems like you guys are being hired to investigate this, and I hope by me giving you these tools, you'll be able to get the job done.
Now would be a good time to point out that as he was talking about how much he hated the kobolds, I was using my magical tinkering to record up to 6 seconds of his ranting about how much he hates the kobolds and what he did.
You like press the button. It's like, I hate those little kobolds. I hate those little kobolds. He's like, oh shit.
Exactly.
So coming back to my first point.
Go on.
The pay us a little extra so we don't ruin your reputation thing.
We could use it as blackmail.
Fine.
For more money.
I'm not the. I mean. It took a lot to design this structure of this house. It's pretty awesome. I know that probably making you think I have a lot of gold by how awesome and unique my house is, but it's I don't have that much, but I could probably give you guys a bit. I hope a good 10 or 20 gold each will do.
We want the house.
He's starting to you see a little sweat go down. This is where I do all my experiments, though, and my kobolds here, they love me, and this is their only home. I would hate to have to take them on the road and things, but look, is there anything else? I hope I've told you guys enough.
Do you have any potions?
My thought exactly.
I was just trying to convert a regular potion of healing into a greater potion of healing through some complicated chemistry, and kind of it just exploded in my face. So I'm a bit out of potions at the moment. I'm sorry. I hope the bang didn't scare you guys either. It's the people here in Tourmaline, they're kind of used to that coming from my house these days.
Okay, well, here's what we'll do. You'll give us the gold, and you'll give us your word that you'll treat these kobolds better, and we'll be watching you.
Fine. I appreciate your concern for the little beasts. They're my favorite, be assured. I've never said otherwise, no matter what a recording says. You should record that, old man.
Just the other recording says, "I hate these kobolds, old man."
I hate these old man. I hate these It's like, oh god. So you guys are repeating that as you kind of exit is his establishment there with the map in hand that he gave you.
Faith is going to give him the "I'm watching you" as he leaves.
He just kind of, you can tell that while he's not trying to pick a fight with you guys or anything like that, but he is a man of power in ways, so he's not like overly concerned with the threat from you guys, but he's just like, okay, this business needs to come to an end, and I'll treat him better, I promise. Please don't let anyone hear that. And so he kind of presses the map into your guys' hands, and nothing much left to do in Tourmaline.
Kicks us out.
You may hear a couple rumors as you exit town about Drogoth, and how actually there's kind of some concern among the community that he abuses the kobolds and things like that. So you guys kind of follow that away as something you already knew, but it's kind of coming from a different direction as you make your way to the edge of town, and you start to weave through some more mountainous region west of Tourmaline. It takes about an hour of a little bit difficult travel, with chill winds whipping across your clothes as the snow kind of picks up in intensity. The sun starts to set after you had a good long day of travel and interrogation, and you begin to ascend a hill, and at the top of the hill there's a stone building standing like a lonely sentinel in the rapidly falling darkness. You're able to kind of coordinate with the rough map and determine that this is the entrance to the mine. And so, just leading right into it, you guys begin to approach the stone building, and you notice that a jagged hole has been broken into a large slab that was sealing the entrance. Snow started to fill the jagged hole, and as you take a little closer look into the darkness, you can almost barely see the body of a small humanoid lying just inside the entrance, with the single hand still gripping one wall. And so I'm going to, as you guys want to approach that situation, I'm going to move you over a map. And so this is going to be a fun test of how the dynamic lighting is going and stuff. So just...
No dynamic lighting.
I'm not 100% what y'all are going to see versus what I see, but I know I have Ryden and Dwark here.
Sure that we have our dark visions properly set.
Yeah.
Because I just see a black square.
You just see black?
Yeah,
okay.
black.
All right, so
I see black as well.
Let's get that sorted, and let me get Fate. Where you at, Fate?
With that candle that I'm carrying around, I guess I would have like 100 feet of clear vision. If it's dark.
Okay, it is going to be it is going to be dark, and it may not reflect what you can see in the lighting, but we'll keep that in mind. Let's see, I got Fate on there. Where is? Oh, if you just want to drag if you want to, well, I guess in a second if you'll drag yourself out, Garg, or maybe.
Oh, drag a token out, you mean?
Yeah, I know you were not going to see necessarily where right now, but we'll get that set up in just a sec. All right, so
where would I add it?
So y'all can't even if y'all will look at the very top right corner of the square. Do y'all see anything there at all?
No.
No.
I
No.
don't see anything. Nope.
I'm pretty sure that there's like an option to give everyone a set distance that they can see, because that's a similar problem I had with a different group. We need to adjust our tokens to see how much vision they have.
1 second. I think I might see what I'm supposed to do. Hold on. Something new.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Now I can see things.
Can you see? Yeah. Can y'all
Okay.
see? How far in can you see?
I can see like all of it, or
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
3/4. It cuts off like
Okay, so
abruptly
you can
for
see
me.
in the little pillars and stuff in there in the middle.
It stops here,
Yeah.
like in a straight line across.
Got you. Man,
Yeah. Are our tokens down? I don't see my token.
you should be at the top right. I don't know why it shows it like it's like hidden though. Let me just mess with it a quick
I don't
sec and
think
see what I can
it
do.
Maybe it's because with dark vision, don't we just see like in grays and whites?
We do.
Yeah, shades of gray, but I don't have dark vision, so it's
So what about now? Did it just everything went dark?
yeah.
Yeah.
See, like, might just have to do a little bit more research and to figure out how it runs exactly. I was so close.
It's very cool when you manage to get it to work.
Yeah. Let me try to simplify things right quick. Okay, so I'm just gonna dial back and I'll look into that a little more, and it is what it is, but hopefully I can get that going for next time. So we will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of trying to cram that on last minute, honestly. So I'll definitely make a point to give that a little more due diligence and get it sorted out. So you can see your tokens now, right?
Yeah,
Ignore
Yeah.
everything. Ignore the map
Yep.
for me, please.
No problem.
sure.
And then whatever you obviously you aren't blind or anything, but just pretend your characters don't know what you're seeing, of course. And before I move y'all over to the next map, I'll get that sorted, so we don't have the same problem. Turn on.
That's for us. We could also, I mean, if you want to just take a second to work on it, we can take a break for a little bit.
I'm not sure how long it would take me or anything, and I can just use the fog of war for the most part, so it's okay. But if y'all do want to take a break, we sure can for a quick sec.
I'm easy.
I'm
I mean,
fine.
Yeah, for another hour or so. I'm good.
Okay, cool. So just to reveal the first bit here, and I appreciate you guys' patience with me on that. But if you can drop yourself out, Vomitar, in the top right.
Oh, okay. Yep, I gotcha.
Okay, and let me jump back onto my place. Okay, so like I said before, you see the small body kind of lying just inside the entrance of the mine. You're in the entrance right now. You kind of descend in, and then it's pretty straightforward. You just go forward and go downstairs. I think the way the map should be, the body should probably be in here, but I think they put it out here, so it's okay. If y'all want to move forward to where the body is lying on the ground, you can kind of check that out, and so I'll let y'all take over on that.
I think they are dead.
Shall I perform an autopsy?
Let's make sure first.
I kicked the body.
Don't kick the body, please. That's I ate
You
for
get the sense
medicine.
that it's starting to stiffen, like it's been a few days, but no, probably not much more than that. With that medicine check from Fate, it actually is not quite enough to get any.
Really?
No, not quite enough to get any information on that. But someone else could try with the medicine check if you'd like.
I shall do that then.
Don't worry,
As you guys, I kind of glossed over a quick part, my bad. But as you guys had descended down, you didn't really see any recent tracks leading into the mine. But if anybody wants to give me an Arcana check, you could see like how it was sealed before.
That's an 18 for medicine.
Okay.
I got a 17 for medicine.
Okay, good. So between y'all two, that's definitely a success. And you're able to see that the kobold, it seems like it was killed. Well, it's a kobold, I should say that first. It's one of the little missing kobold guys, and he has frozen hands gripping 2 pieces of parchment with drawings on them. You're kind of the resident kobold translator, Ryden, so you can kind of scoop those up, and I'll show you those in just 1 second. But on the medicine check side of things, you can tell that the kobold was killed by a creature with a beak, by the wounds that have been pecked into his little body. Anybody want to make me a survival or investigation check?
I shall go for survival.
Garg will go
Investigation.
Doesn't matter for
We'll do
me.
a group roll.
That is a 14.
22 for investigation.
So I think y'all are about hitting even with like 2 successes, 2 failures. So we'll just consider it a success. And you can see that it appears that 2 small individuals, probably some kobolds, had came up the stairs behind you by the stains of blood that are kind of like running up. You know, one of them is kind of laying in front of you, but there's a trail of blood that indicates that they were kind of trying to run out of here, and one of them just didn't quite make it. You kind of see some other little tools and things around the area. You find a used scroll in one of the bags near the kobold, and based off of what you had discovered from Drogoth earlier, it's pretty easy to identify this as a scroll of dispel that they had used. And just kind of taking a quick look at the entrance earlier, you could see that it was sealed with like an arcane lock spell or something like that. And then let me give you those handouts. We're gonna have 2 more, so this is gonna be 4 and 5. And they will already be translated because of Ryden. So the first one is kind of some weird sketches. There's Roman numerals for 2, I guess, at the top, and it's kind of underlined. And then in the drawing itself, it appears to be like kind of eyes and almost, pieces of a face in some ways. And the words are written, "The eyes scream lies, they call us." And so that one is available for you guys to see, 4T. And let me pull up 5T and get that one. And so again, of course, this is going to be translated as well. And on this one, you see the word is kind of cut off a little bit at the top, but it's like underlined, and it says "they assail." And it looks like it's cut off, but it probably would say something like "assail" or something like that. And then you see that what seems to be a sketch of a creature of some sort, and the words in Draconic that have been translated above state, "It rules the dark caverns." And so I am going to show you guys this one now. It is 5T, and that will be popping up in 3, 2, 1, save. Okay, and so you should be able to see that now. 4T and 5T are available for you guys for your viewing pleasure. And so you guys can discuss those real quick if you like before proceeding further.
What the
Is
hell do you
that a
think
mind
that?
flare?
Simon says it looks like a chicken. Garg's stomach groans.
Are there mind flares here?
Give me a minute. I'm gonna double check something.
Okay. And so I feel like they layered this map just slightly weird, I guess. But the spiral staircase that led you down here, the trail of blood, it leads from the stairs. And as you kind of enter a door there in between the stairs, you see an iron bar locking a door, and it has the letter I written on the door. It doesn't take much to lift the bar, or no, it's not the letter I. It's more like a Roman numeral 1, I guess. It's just like a straight line going down, so it just says 1 on the door. You're able to lift the bar and go through to the other side fairly easily, but you notice that it has bloody handprints on it.
How's our lantern doing?
Let's see. Nothing yet on that. It looks like.
Is the handprint on the door kobold handprint?
You could line that up pretty well and determine that it is.
All right. Well, uh, we got this bomb, so you say when. But let's keep moving.
Okay, so you guys like move a little deeper into the tunnel, and it starts to angle downwards, and you can see that you're kind of descending in. Why is my thing glitching out? To like a lower level, and that's pretty much where you guys are now. This is kind of like a combination of the first and second levels, and so you reach a winding mine tunnel supported by wooden planks, and you can see a set of bloody footprints leading to the stairs where you're at. It looks like the miners have removed most of the mining equipment when the mine was abandoned, and it kind of appears by a lot of the tools and the way that the things have been scooped off the walls and things that it appears that this was probably done mostly by hand with like pickaxes and things. So pretty hard work for the kobolds that were being hired to do this. You know, it says a survival check, but I think it's pretty obvious now that you can look at the footprints and determine that it looks like it's the kobolds trying to escape from a lower level to get up at higher as you can. And so when you round a corner and open up into a larger main chamber, you see the body of another kobold. So I know it's like these both basically function as kind of like the same little body as you're coming through this area. The more important stuff is coming. You see the body of another kobold, and it looks like he's been ripped by grievous wounds, and his legs are splayed out with one boot missing.
Unfortunate.
Do y'all know?
Are we supposed to see any more of them up?
Not yet. But as the body's there, you can kind of see that it looks like there's, although he's missing some limbs and some pieces, his tattered coat is still there, and it looks like a bulge or something in his pocket there. It doesn't take much to pop that open and get out what seems to be a couple more little parchments with pictures drawn on them. So, of course, let me pop those out for you. Those will be our last of the handouts, 6 and 7. And in addition to that, though, he also has a potion on him, and it's a potion of climbing. So I have a little handout for that, which I may need to reconnect here to Roll20 because give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like not responding that well to me right now, so I'm just gonna come on back, if it will.
Seems like kobolds are not great at writing detailed instructions.
I don't know why Roll20 being so laggy for me today. Come on. Okay, so first I will reveal the potion of climbing to you guys. Okay.
There it is.
And so that would be a consumable for you guys to use and or take as you go. And my Roll20 is like straight bugging right now, so give me 1 second. I'm going to try to pop out these handouts for you, and then I may just like refresh my browser. Okay, so 6T should be popping up for you.
Yes.
And now you got 7T as well. So real quick, the potion of climbing, you drink it. You see a little bottle, and written on the side of it says, "The toughest climbs lead to the best views." And wow, you feel inspired and think about what you may do with this. But yeah, you see you advantage on athletic checks you make to climb. And yeah, so you guys can use that as you see fit. And
Wait, this is interesting.
goodness, though, what is with this? Give me just one quick second. I'm just going to exit out and pull it back up. But in the meantime, we can look at the handouts.
Yeah, you're good.
Could I make a history check to see if my character recognizes this creature on the 7th handout?
Sure. And just real quick, of course, I just like to go over them, I guess. But on the 6th one, you see the droplets of the eyes and dropping into the pool. And it says, it watches beyond the pool. It drinks our thoughts. So that's kind of unsettling. And then on the 7th one that you are currently asking about, it seems to be almost like 2 different creatures there, like a face of one and then a smaller little kind of brain-like creature on the bottom. And you do see their dogs enter our thoughts. It thinks my thoughts, they come. And so you're kind of, not only are you deciphering, what they were seeing in their mind of these visions as they broached into this chamber and were assailed by the crystal. And so you could see the trail of thoughts of this kobold as he is kind of being tormented. And not only was he expressing his fears and what he was viewing and experiencing, but he was also kind of writing down some messages that he was being told by some sort of being in his mind. And so that's where you can see, like, they call us on one of the handouts, or most importantly, I would bring attention to the 7th one where it says they come. There's another one earlier where it has like a 4 marked on it, and that kind of is indicating like time almost, like there's after there was a disturbance in the chamber, it became clear that it notified some sort of being and is using this kobold's thoughts almost against him. And that's kind of where he's scrolling down these things. And then I know it's a big rant, but what did you have for the history, Dwark?
Let me roll it. A
lot of history.
Nice. So you were able, just from some of your studies and also just using context clues of the situation, you recognize the face of the figure behind as belonging to an illithid or a mind flayer for sure. As far as his little gremlin in the front, you don't really recognize what it would be, but you definitely see, you definitely pick up on the phrase "they're dogs." So you're assuming that's like some sort of little servant to the mind flayer. With that, let me make sure I'm not leaving anything else out before we move into the chamber.
Friends, I have some unsettling news.
Go on.
So it seems like there are mind flayers here, but that's not what I'm afraid of. If our kobold friend was still being under mind control, they might know that we're coming.
Do we still have the kobold with us, or did we drop him off? Yeah,
No, we left
We
him.
dropped him
We
off.
left him.
But
But they definitely know that we'll probably be here to investigate sometime soon.
shit.
Alrighty, so I'm going to reveal a little bit of the next part of the map here. Or no, I'm actually going to press the wrong button and hide it. That's not what I just did. What the heck?
No, that thing always bugs out for me when I try it too. Yeah.
Yeah, I swear I was on the reveal option and it just like
Reveal
hit.
it.
I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, I've been there.
yeah, same.
What in the world? Okay, so you guys kind of leave the body behind, taking what useful information and items you can there, and you approach the main chamber. As you do, Dwark, you notice that the lantern you have starts to pulse and glow green, and you see like you can almost feel the soft slaps of the tentacles on the inside of the glass of the lantern. It does project some light out, of course, but
Oh, I think Garg is holding it.
oh, my bad. I'm
Oh,
so
yeah,
sorry. Yeah,
Garg
because
was holding it.
so is he the only one that doesn't have? Oh, in Fate, you have an item that's giving you vision, so everybody's pretty good on dark vision. So we'll just not really worry about that too much. Okay.
Well, Fate and I have dark vision, so yeah, we're good.
All right.
I
so,
already have dark vision by default, and that item only makes it better.
Okay. Cool. All right. So you guys enter a large carved-out cavern, as supported by massive wooden pillars. And you see on some of the pillars are carved with the symbol 2. It seems to be marking levels, really, with the 1 and the 2. From the tunnel behind, you can hear a cold storm blowing on the hill above the mine. Strewn on the floor of the chamber are some broken crates, ruined tools, coil of rope, parts of mine carts. Peering into the darkness, you see areas where rails were pulled up and presumably, what they had done when the mine was abandoned. It's deathly quiet in here. And as you guys kind of peek around for anything of value, you can see that in some of the walls, there still remains like some very low value flawed jewels that they probably determined were, especially you, Dwark, you probably have a good insight into some mining operations. And you can see that these were probably just more trouble to extract than they were worth. You guys can make me an investigation survival check if you want. We can do it as a group and all that. For whoever wants
survival
to.
then?
Got a 19.
I will refrain because I have a shit modifier.
Okay.
Well, that's
I got
not 20.
19
Nice.
investigation.
Okay, so 3 beautiful successes from you guys. Good job. You are able to see that the kobold, or one of the kobold bodies that was close to the entrance, was attacked, looks like probably closer to the entrance of the cavern and later dragged down into the tunnel. You see multiple sets of kobold tracks leading from the stairs to level 3 and across the cavern to the spiral stairs. Y'all did good enough on the survival check that you can also determine that it seems like these tracks were made in like the past 5 days, probably from Kaolix, as he was trying to figure out what to do here with his dying friends. And so, without further ado, my friends, you cross the chamber and you can see 2 other passages leading into the darkness. And as you get closer to the pillars, you start to hear a murmuring sound, as if a wounded human were in the darkness. Suddenly the voice is joined by several others, and from beyond the pillars ahead you see an amorphous mass of eyes and mouths emerge as it oozes towards you. And so we're going to do some initiative. I'll go and pop that out so y'all can do that as I am revealing a little bit more of the map.
Would it be too late for me to ask if my homunculus can plug my ears with wax that I got?
You could probably do that like as an extra thing on your turn if you want.
Okay.
We'll just have to see where you roll on that one.
Ooh, not bad from me.
Wow.
Jesus.
Guys, everyone is very ready for this.
Can I get a oh yeah?
Dark. No way.
Guard found
My son
guard.
did it.
There's just a guard on that table.
Thanos snap.
Click that thing first.
Oh,
Okay.
Noel, I used the exact same image for the monster in my game yesterday.
Oh hell yeah, nice. Yeah, that was actually, this is the leftover one from that adventure. I still had it, so I was like, why not use it? Let me add that.
I found it. The same image, and I found it on Google.
Nice. Oops. All right, so I got them on there, but I didn't have enough time to roll up their initiative beforehand like I usually like to do. So just give me 1 second while I do that.
It's fine.
Had a little bit of a cram session this morning on some last minute stuff like that, but
In there.
yeah, it happens. It happens. My bad. All right, so we are fighting. I don't really mind sharing the names of the creatures, honestly, and you're gonna find out one way or another usually, anyways. But the amorphous masses with all the eyes are gibbering mouthers, And yeah, it's just like a pulpy mass of flesh that's kind of like writhing and undulating on itself as it slops across the ground pretty slowly. And you definitely hear it kind of murmuring. It almost wants to like pierce into your mind and take you over in one way or another. But it'll have to be their turn to do that, of course. And off to the side behind a pillar. Let me make sure I'm not supposed to. Okay, so behind this other pillar, he kind of steps out too. You see what's called the Starspawn Gru, and he's just kind of a hulking, like ogre-like being almost, but probably not that big, of course. And he kind of smiles wickedly at you as you get a very foreboding sense from him. Might be a little scurry. And with that, let me get their initiative properly. Ooh, that's not that good, especially when this dude's slow as hell.
Should have divine sensed.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I forgot that lasts a while. My bad.
I mean,
you
would it
did-
change anything? I don't think so.
And you did get at least Garg had gotten a pretty good notification of something ahead by the pulsing of the lantern.
Yeah.
I started picking up on the handout that had the 2 on it, like right before you said that there was something in front of us, and I was like, crap.
All right, I'm a little afraid. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with Ryden. Thanks for the patience on that, guys.
Okay.
Although, my bad to interrupt you, but they're just before we start, let's go ahead and I'll say since Fate, you would have kind of had an awareness of them, and also Garg, you'll be fine for this. But since you're like the only other one within range, just a quick wisdom save from Dwark. That's kind of like what initiates the combat as you approach the pillar and you feel this presence kind of start to assail your mind. If you'll just make me just a wisdom check.
Got a nat 20.
Okay, so you feel the presence like pushing against your consciousness, but I mean, you're an old dwarf, man, and you've done some things, and you've probably happened upon a few creatures in your own mining expeditions back in the day, and so you're kind of used to this, and you're able to you think happy thoughts, and you're able to clear it out of your mind. And that being said, go ahead, Ryden. Sorry about that.
Ooh. So many options. I think I'll just attack this big one over here. My longbow. Then that's really all for me.
Okay, which guy was it again? I'm sorry, I was looking down. Okay, so go
that
for
one.
the more
Is
humanoid
24
figure.
to hit?
How much?
24.
Oh yeah, that'll hit him.
And then that's 8 damage.
All right, so he will take 8 piercing.
And then with that, I'm going to move back for a bit of cover.
Okay, good hit. Yeah, so the humanoid figure kind of stalks forward out of the darkness, and like I said, you just get such a foreboding feeling, but it doesn't phase you, right? And you kind of crouch low with your bow and shoot an arrow straight into him. It seems to hit him pretty heavily in the torso, and he lets out just this terrible scream. And yeah, you're able to kind of duck behind the wall there, and now he can't really see you. And is that gonna be it for you?
Yep.
Okay, so Simon and Garg fun kill.
All right. With that, hearing the shriek kind of behind him, Garg is going to start salivating and whip around towards the source of the sound and the smell of the blood. And Simon's going to say, "Go get him, buddy!" And we are going to activate a rage.
Okay.
So there's a bonus action. And so because he's a wild magic barbarian, I get to roll on the wild magic table here.
Nice.
Does it? Okay, cool. And it displays right there.
That's cool.
Until your rage ends, you are surrounded by multicolored protective lights. You gain +1 bonus to AC. And while
Nice.
within 10 feet of you, your allies gain the same bonus.
Whoa,
Yeah, everybody keep that in mind. As long as you're within 2 squares of Garg, you're gonna get that AC bonus. Nice.
Simon tells everyone he definitely meant to do that. Protective spell. Definitely wasn't an accident. And Garg is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. He's going to charge at the bleeding thing. Oh, did I do that? Oh, there it goes. And he's just gonna punch it real hard, with no sense of style or form. He's just gonna wail on it, and it's going to be a
Dang, that hits him.
15.
Yep.
All right, it's going to be for a massive 1d8 plus 5 actually because of the rage. So it's 2 on top of it, 6 total.
So 6 total. All right, so you charge forward, chest heaving as you're leaving like almost a trail of like multicolored lights behind you, and you run up towards this figure who's maybe slightly shorter than you, and he kind of just turns his head at an awkward angle and kind of like grins at you as you just punch him straight in the chest. His arms will fly up, and you can tell that he's bloodied pretty well as it just sprays out from his mouth and kind of splays at your feet. Anything else from Simon and Garg?
No, that'll be it. Yeah, someone just congratulate him on the good hit, buddy, and then that's the end of their turn.
Nice. All right, so we are to Fate.
Okay. So, given that at one point Fate was within that aura, I assume that I felt that it's good to be close to this guy, or would that be too metagamey?
No, I feel like you'd know. I feel like it'd just be like warmth.
Yeah, we could argue that you'd know. You can. I don't think that's unfair, but if y'all will allow me to retcon real quick, I'm sorry. Just real quick, you should have made me a wisdom save at the start of your turn, Garg. If you could just do that for me real quick.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no problem. Oh wait, that was not the right thing. This is the right thing.
Oh, that's much better. Okay, so you're totally good. No worries, man. Sorry to make you to go back on that one. I'll try to remember. Yeah. All right, all good. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Fate. So you run into to this zone. You would see the multicolored lights, and you would definitely feel the aura of protection when it was on you. And so yeah, you would kind of identify that and head back towards the light.
Okay then. In that case, I'm going to stab it with my spear. So let's roll the attack. Yes. And that's a 17 to hit.
That will hit. And
Very
then,
nice.
hey, just real quick, go ahead and make me... Wait.
Wisdom
Yeah,
save?
make me the wisdom save, too. You were just close enough.
Now, not to get too meta-gamey, but because of my yesterday game, I know these guys' stats. And isn't that thing if I started my turn within range?
That's right. And so you were within 5, 10, 15... Weren't you, like, right here?
I was like... Right
Yeah,
in
he was like on this pillar.
So that's
Yeah.
that's 4 squares, 20 feet away.
Oh, so yeah, okay. Okay, so yeah.
Yep.
Wisdom save? There we go. Normal roll, go ahead. That's a 11.
So that's good enough. So you feel the weight of that pushing on your consciousness, but you're able to shrug it off without an issue.
Okay, good one. So 17 hits.
Most definitely. Yep.
That will be
Nice.
11 piercing damage.
So you're.
And
Go ahead.
I wanted to add a divine smite to it.
Okay.
Where's... So that would be... Is it an undead?
No.
No.
So 2d8. Add another 5 radiant to it.
Okay. Nice. So you're your spear just sinks like halfway into this amorphous mass. You feel it almost doing kind of slopping against your hands, and there's like a tug almost, like it's trying to pull the spear deeper into itself even. But with like a battle cry, you activate your divine powers, and with a bright flash of light, you're able to rip your spear free, doing a little bit more damage to the guy in the process. And if that'll be the end for you, we'll go to Dwark.
Not yet.
Oh, go ahead. What you got?
I'm gonna spin my spear around and hit it with the other end. Because
Okay, cool.
Paul, I'm a master.
Nice. Alrighty.
Is that not a bonus action?
I still have my bonus action.
Use Divine Smite.
It's for free.
It's for free. Oh, shoot.
So that will be
That's fun.
The butt in the attack.
at,
Holy
at
hell.
20.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, you had that flash of light, and then you twirl your spear overhead and come down with the butt of it. Let's see that damage.
6.
Very good.
Dang.
And that's it from me.
Nice. So you see like kind of bits of this like slime kind of flying off from the creature and spraying up against the pillar behind it. And you almost hear this weird like groaning sound to the murmurs, like almost like a whale sound from deep beneath the ocean.
Damn.
I know, man. Y'all are getting this beautiful description for free too. Think about that. Just playing. Initiate ocean sounds in the background. Okay. Without further ado, Dwark, you can go on ahead.
Since I already made my wisdom saving throw, do I have to make another one?
Yeah, that was kind of initial to before combat, and then now, like Fate was saying, that if you start your turn within a certain distance of the creature, you will have to make the save. So.
Okay. I'm assuming I said I was gonna ask my homunculus to put some wax in my ears. Is that something I can do?
I think that would take like an action from your homunculus, but I mean it gets an action after your turn, right? If you can use your bonus action to act as it. Or is that...
Ask it to, yeah.
Okay.
I can use a bonus action to ask it to do something that's not. Yeah. Okay. So I guess I'll wisdom save first.
Alrighty.
That's a 13.
So no worries. It's almost like an old friend whispering into your ear, but you're able to ignore it.
Yeah, I'm gonna sidestep, and then come down on top of it. It's a gibbering mouther, right?
Yeah.
Gibbering.
Hey, I'm so sorry, man. I need to catch it, not a second after the fact. But that wisdom save will be with disadvantage due to something else. So if you'd re-roll it for me,
All right.
and I'll explain more. Of course,
That's 17 that time.
Okay, perfect. No worries.
Anyways, I sidestep, and then I'm gonna pound down on this gibbering mouther with my thunder gauntlets. Ooh, and that did not do so well.
Sounds good, Vomitar. Just let us know, and we can move you around and stuff. And then so you're a little distracted by the murmuring, and you're able to just shove it right out of your mind. But as you were coming up with this electrified uppercut to this creature, it just kind of grazes, and you almost feel this squelching, like kind of gripping on the knuckles of your gauntlet as it just kind of grazes by.
Okay, so after doing that, let's see, 5, 10. I'm gonna go ahead and move over here. That's 30, or I guess that's 25. So that's 30 total movement, and then it's gonna have an opportunity attack.
Okay, and sure enough, you can order your guy to plug up your ears if you're still wanting to do that.
Yep.
And go ahead, and you won't be able to move as far because some of the ground as you retreat, you notice that the way this creature is having an effect on even the earth beneath your feet, and it almost like starts to grip on your ankles and things as you run away. It just makes it difficult terrain. You can make me a strength saving throw to negate it though.
It's not ice or snow.
No, it's aberrant ground.
I got a 16 on my strength saving throw.
Okay, so no worries, man. I'm sorry to put you through the hoops, but
you're good.
You're performing excellently. Okay, so it did attack, and I'll have to see what its modifier is, but I think it'll hit. It just tries to bite out at you, and it had a 19.
I have a 21 AC right now.
Okay, so yeah, you just kind of feel it splat up against your armor, your turtle shell in the back, and you're able to just get on out of there. What else do you want to do?
As I'm running away, I'm like, "Yeah, keep punching it." And then that's turn. My ears are plugged up. I'm
Yep.
good.
Okay. All right, man. You are untouchable, Dwark, and so we'll go for this blue humanoid figure that has been kind of taunting you creepily, and he's got this dude right in front of his face. That's gonna be you, Vomitar. So let's see what all I'm gonna do. He has a special bite that he's gonna do. So he. Yeah, okay. So he tries to lunge forward and latch on, and I just rolled a 20, baby. So that was my first one of the game. So I'm assuming that's going to hit. 23.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
And I think it's more about the effect of what he may do rather than the damage. But let's roll that damage real quick.
Go for it.
What type of damage?
So it'll be 11, which of course will be half down for you. And then I need you to make me another wisdom save there, Vomitar.
Can somebody just roll me It's a flat d20. There's no modifier.
All right, looks like you got an 18, so that was a very successful wisdom
Beautiful.
save. And so yeah, you'll just take that little bit of that about 5 piercing damage or 6.
I did it for you.
And that's it. As it tries to bite you, you take the damage, but you feel almost like a poison. But instead of your body, it seems to affect your mind. Although you kind of like shake your head away, and maybe with some reassurance from Simon, you're unaffected. And so that'll be it for its turn. And so we'll go to our sloppy friends here. And what's up? All right.
Nothing.
Okay. All right. So this first one will just kind of, let me see. They're not the most fast of creatures. So he kind of just slops lazily around the pillar and another little 5 feet ahead of that. And you see, oh shoot, hold on. Okay, yeah, that's all that one's going to be able to do based off of the distance it has to you guys. And so we're going to go to our other friend here, who will just kind of slop around a little closer to like its other friend over here. And it's got one target in front of it, so he's going to try to bite Fate. And that will be a dirty 20.
Just barely hits.
And then so you will take... So you'll take 18 piercing damage, and I'll need you to make me a strength save.
Damn! Strength saving throw. Okay. Strength saving throw.
You just feel the presence of all these eyes from these different parts of this creature just gazing into you, and it moves so slowly towards you, but you're almost just caught in its gaze as it kind of just like envelops you for a moment. And of course you take the damage, but you're also just like pushed over onto the ground, and you'll be prone now.
Okay, now, as it hits me, I will drop my spear, point my hand at it, and be like, burn, as I cast Hellish Rebuke.
Okay, cool. Let's see it. I'll have to make me a save, right?
Yeah, that will be a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, oh my god, though. So I'm going to roll a different dice, because I'm rolling too high with this one. That was another nat for me. His dex is like -1, so 19.
19 passes. But he still takes half the damage.
Okay.
So
I'm busting up my other d20 now.
Did I roll? Yeah, I did. 15 halved, so 7?
Okay.
7 fire damage.
So you can see that as you guys have kind of pounded down on this strange being, it's starting to take effect, and you can see like some tears in the flesh of it, and it's starting to ooze out some ichor. And then yeah, it'll knock you prone, of course. And then it also can do one other thing with its turn. It will look towards Garg, and you just see like kind of an orifice open up on the top of it, and almost like with a nasty squelching sound, like it looks like a giant ball of mucus. And I will need a dexterity save from vomit, or for Garg.
Can Garg see this coming? Like, this is like, it's a visual thing that he can observe?
I think right now your back would probably be turned.
Okay. So then it is a d20 plus 2. If somebody could roll that for me.
Okay,
Yeah, if one of y'all want to.
I will roll.
If I roll a success, I'll give it to him. But if I roll a fail, I don't feel right. So I'll let somebody else do it.
You got a 4. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Garg was distracted. He was too concerned with the bloodlust and fighting the thing in front of him.
So as your attention is focused forward, this glob just explodes over to the side of you, and you're like able to cast your eyes over just at the wrong time, honestly, as it blinds you. And that's it. No damage or anything, but you will be blinded until the end of the Mouther's next turn. So it's going to end its turn now, and then, of course, that'll be a little while longer that you'll be blinded.
Garg just screams, Garg! That's its cool reaction.
Simon's like frantically trying to like wipe it off his eyes and stuff. And then let's see, we got that should be it for them. So we'll go to Ryden.
I'm going to move out from here and use yet another longbow attack.
Who are you targeting?
Let's see. The one in front of Fate.
Okay, going for
Let's go with
the
that.
amorphous mass.
That is a 15 to hit,
That will hit.
and that is 5 piercing damage.
So
Roll
with a
your
loud
sneak attack.
squelch and a pop, your arrow just disappears inside the creature, and you can't tell if it did any damage, but you feel like it did.
Okay. And then
What
with
class are
that,
you?
I'm going to use the rest of my movement to head back over here, and that will be the end of my turn.
What class are you, Ryden?
Ranger.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so you definitely target him and chip away just a little bit more. He's getting closer. Then we'll go to Simon. What you got?
Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, that's true. And then you are blinded. Keep that in mind.
Yes, okay. So,
What's your-
can somebody roll me the flat d20 for the wisdom throw? The wisdom saving throw?
Okay.
That's a 4 again.
Oh no!
Yeah. So as you're like hastily trying to free this gunk that's blinded your eyes, some of it kind of splashed up towards you, and you're kind of trying to wipe it off. You hear this gibbering just fill your ears, and like you're so distracted by so many different like sensations going on right now that you're unable to shake it off, and so you're unable to take reactions until the start of your next turn. And rolling a d8 is going to determine something. Looks like you will do absolutely nothing with your turn, as this murmuring just fills your mind completely. And where before you're like pulling at your eyes trying to gain vision back, and then next thing you know, your hands just kind of drop listlessly to your side as Simon is like pleading with you, like, come on, Garg, come on, we gotta do something, and you're just unable to react. So unfortunately, we will move to Fate, and I will need you to make that wisdom save, of course.
Man. Wisdom saving throw. Here goes nothing.
Oh, and my bad, it will be with disadvantage too.
Doesn't matter because I got an 8,
Okay.
which I imagine fail.
That does indeed fail. So we're gonna roll another d8, and looks like it's. You take no action or bonus action, and you use all your movement to move in a randomly determined direction. Let's see, there's what is there, like 8 directions, right?
Yeah.
So if I just did So you'll move southeast. Oh wait, no, southwest. Sorry. So this direction as far as you can, which you'll have to get up, and it'll take double
Right.
movement. So you only really have like 5 feet anyway. So you'll move like one. You'll move here, I guess.
I'll roll to the side. Do I take an opportunity attack?
You don't, because it's involuntary movement. So you're no longer prone, but you get up and you kind of shuffle a distance away from the creature, and that'll have to be it for your turn.
Now here's the thing.
What's up?
Was it like a push, or did it actually force me to move?
You're doing it of your own volition with the voices that are filling your mind.
So there would be an opportunity attack. You can go ahead.
No, I don't think so though for that, because
Yes, because
you're not willing.
Spell command, for example, can force a creature to move, and because the creature is using its own movement, it will take opportunity attacks. Same rule applies here.
Okay, I mean I could argue the opposite or the same, but if you're willing to take the hit, then I'm not gonna argue with you. And so it's just a bite for an 18.
Which, with the bonus of the aura, will miss.
Nice. Okay. And yeah, that'll be it.
Okay.
Cool.
And that's it from me, so moving on.
All right. Now, Dworik, you are not only are you far enough, but you also have your ears kind of plugged up from that gibbering. What would you like to do?
To hand my homunculus a healing potion, that'll be an action, right?
No, I don't think. I mean,
Okay.
just to hand it to
Then
him,
for
I
my-
don't think so.
So for my bonus action, I'm gonna toss my homunculus a healing potion and ask him if anybody goes down, bring him back.
Okay.
And my homunculus, I'm gonna have him fly over here and just perch at the top of this pillar like a cicada. And I'm gonna run back over here. I'm not done with this dude. And swing down with my thunder gauntlets. And that's a 21 to hit.
Boom. Yep.
And so that is going to do 10 damage. 10 thunder damage.
All right. Nice. Okay. So yeah, you're determined to get a stronger grip on him this time than the last graze, and so you toss the potion over. I'm gonna pull you a token out for that in just a second, and then you charge forward like Doomfist or Captain Falcon, and your huge gauntlet just sinks deep into this creature, and then as the electric energy just shatters all around it, you see bits of it kind of start to be spread around you. Anything else for you?
I'm gonna yell, "Why won't you die?" And then also, just a reminder, if that one tries to attack anybody else, he has disadvantage on attack rolls.
Okay. So I need to be keeping up with my ability, so I'm not gonna call it on this one, honestly. But you should have
You're good.
you should have had disadvantage on that attack too, but it's okay. We'll move on.
Why?
It's the star spawn. I'll tell you what it is, and then I'll have you do it. I think that's fair. If so, I'm giving you the information, but I'll have you just re-roll the attack, I guess. But in the end, the star spawn
Okay.
has an ability where if you're within 20 feet, then you have disadvantage on saves and attacks against other creatures. Not it, but other creatures. So you get some useful information, but at the cost of a roll, I guess.
This thing
My bad
is
for having
giving
a
me
retcon. I should be more
Oh.
aware.
You're good. I got a 18 total that time.
Okay, so no worries there. All right, cool. And then anything else for you, Dwark?
Nope.
And so now we're gonna go to the star spawn himself, where he will. That damn pillar's in the way, or else I'd have him move over there. So I guess he'll kind of drop down a little bit. As you can see that he's a bit wounded, but still determined to do what he can to this target. Let's see, you are. So I'll have advantage on attacking him, as he is blinded. And so let's see what happens with that. He comes up and he just opens his jaw up to like a little bit bigger than than what you would normally expect it to be as he latches down. And I went from a 1 to a 13, so hopefully, I don't know his AC, but let me see. A 16 to hit. Does that hit you? Yes, it does, because AC 14, right?
He's at 15 because of his ability, but yeah.
Oh, right, that's true.
Hey, sorry, if you guys were talking about me, I ran into dog stuff. I'll be right back on.
Oh, you're good. I'm attacking you, I guess, but you're okay. You'll probably be fine.
Right.
So it looked like it will hit, and it's going to do 7 more piercing. What shot we have? So what? 3 is fine with me.
All right, cool.
So you'll take that, and then also you'll have to make that wisdom save for me again if you want to do it for him, Fate. That's fine. Okay, so you succeed. No worries on that. And yeah, it's like what more could possibly happen? You're so stuck up right now. All right, so then we're gonna go to our nasty little fellows. I will have him move over, and then I'm gonna roll to see if I can recharge, which I hit it, so he will get his spittle back, and so he will go ahead and strike out towards Dwark, as you're the one who just, Yeah, that probably would make the most sense. So he will do that. Looks like that damn AC of yours, probably not, but I think it's just an 18.
Nope, not gonna do it.
Very nice. So that is a miss, and then he will try to do his blinding spittle again. Actually, if I do it right here, you both will have to make me a save. So Dwark and Garg, I'll both need dexterity saves from.
So, question then, since that's an attack on
You're blinded.
somebody else, does he gonna have advantage on that save? He's supposed to have disadvantage on attacks.
It does count as an attack, but it's requiring a save from you guys.
Yeah, all right.
So I'm not
What
sure how that
kind
would
of
be
save?
interpreted. Just a dexterity save from Dwark and for Fate. Is that? Did you roll for him, Fate? Or I said from Fate, but my bad. Not literally, but.
Because our friend Gark, is he still blinded?
He's still
From
blinded.
the first one?
It
So
will
would
be
that
with
be
disadvantage because of the
disadvantage?
Star Spawns ability. If y'all. Yeah.
So let's see. 9. You got a 9 because of the disadvantage.
Okay, so he is going to continue to be blinded. And how about you, Dwark?
We got an 11.
That actually is under on this one too. So you guys both, you feel like this light kind of pulse from behind you, and even though it's almost from behind, maybe what would make sense is it's distracting enough to where you turn to look, kind of like Medusa's gaze. It's like the curiosity makes you look into it, and then before you know it, you're stone stupid. But that's more or less what happens. You guys are just blinded, and so that will be it for its turn. And then now this fat fatty is going to keep on tromping along over here, trying to help his friend out, and he's still not really. Well, I guess I could just I'll do a dash this turn, and then next turn for him, it's on. And so with that, we'll go to Ryden.
With that, I am going to use Jim's magic missile, and I'll be rolling three ranged attacks, and all for the spell spawn. Oh god, these are some bad rolls. 2 miss, and there. Never mind. I'll just take 3 force damage, and I'm just gonna stay here and do nothing.
So, what were you casting?
I was casting Jim's magic missile, but I got a nat 1, which means
Okay.
everything just backfires on me, and I get hit. Yeah.
Oh no, that's not the typical
Tough.
magic missile.
Wait, I can use my inspiration. Never mind.
Oh yeah, go for it.
I'll just re-roll that one.
Okay, so
And,
that's our first inspiration use of the game.
That's a 12 and a 15 to hit.
Looks like those will both
The
nail
one
him.
is a 2. So. Okay.
And what's your damage
Let's
on that?
see. Man, I'm getting bad rolls. They're all 2s and 1s.
And there's 3 of them,
Let's
so what,
see.
5 or 6 damage?
So that would be 6 damage total.
Okay, so he
Force.
only had 3 left, so he is actually dead. If you want to describe how your missiles demolish him.
I toss the gold coin into the air and flick it with my finger. And the coin splits into 3 and turns into a ray of golden magic as they mercilessly pummel into this thing, just shredding it to pieces.
And the last thing you hear is its unearthly scream as it's reduced to pieces, as you said. And with that, that'll be the end of your turn. You got anything else, Ryden?
No,
Okay, good job.
nothing else.
Got a good kill there. And as you know, I mean, now those little bonuses he was helping with his friends are no longer going to apply. And so Simon and Garg, fun kill. I don't know if are you able to take a turn now, or do you want to come back? Okay, so we'll come back to him whenever he joins in, and we'll just insert there. But for now, we'll skip and go to Fate. So go ahead and make that wisdom save for me.
Hey, sorry, was that true? I just tuned back in. What was that?
Oh, it's your turn right now if you wanted to go, or we can come back to you whenever you're ready.
That's all right. So I'm gonna make the wisdom save. Can somebody do that? Flat D20.
Flat d20, okay. That's a 9.
Oh no!
Beautiful. All right, so he's no longer blind, but he's incapacitated in some way again.
Right. So you are still blinded actually, and then you did fail the wisdom save, so it's looking like you are going to do absolutely nothing on your turn.
Beautiful.
I know these creatures
Gorgeous.
are not very fun, huh?
That's all right.
Okay, and so we'll just have to jump on to Fate. If you'll go ahead and give me that same wisdom save.
9.
Okay, so looks like so you must make a. So I would say you could move. We can debate this, I suppose, but what it says is you make a melee attack against a randomly determined creature within its reach, or you do nothing if you can make no such attack. So I would assume, like, if that doesn't really say anything about movement, so I would assume that if you have nothing within 5 or 10 feet of you, depending on your weapon, I guess, then we could probably assume that you'll just do nothing, right? It says within reach, but it doesn't say within movement. So I would say that you don't move to any creature, but if you were next to a creature, you would attack it, even if it was your friend. So in my opinion, I would say nothing happens.
So I can take my turn as normal?
Oh, no. You'll do nothing, basically, is what it is. But you won't attack your friend, yeah. Okay, so...
Fun.
Dwarric, I will say that... I would just do the wisdom save, but with advantage, since you have this stuff stuffed in your ears. And that way it's still kind of fair to the other players. But you have advantage from it.
You got a 16.
Okay, so you're good. Nothing happens to you, and you're free to take your turn as normal.
With blindness, what do I need to do to not be blind?
I think you just have to wait it out. It'll be at the end of the creature's next turn, so it doesn't seem like there's any way you can get rid of it, and it makes it where obviously you'd fail anything with sight, ability wise, but
okay. So then what I'm going to...
You have disadvantage on your attacks, that's it.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell my homunculus to... Where's it at? Touch. Is that not a... Oh, here it is. Okay. I'm going to instruct my homunculus to use inflict wounds on this gibbering mouthherd to just get this done with.
That one's an auto hit, right?
It's I have to roll for it.
Oh, okay, you have to roll for a melee attack. Gotcha.
Yeah, so I guess my turn is over. I'm gonna go to my homunculus, who's gonna approach it kind of on this side, and I'm gonna use inspiration because that was a critical miss, and that was a critical hit. So
Nice.
that's gonna be 60-10.
Oh,
Damn.
this could be it for this guy. Did Dwarg take an action?
His action was to use inflict wounds and to give it to, and his bonus action was to tell the homunculus to use it.
Okay. Just clarifying. Didn't want you to miss out.
It'll be 25 damage.
Oh, so that actually is enough by 2. So how do you describe his inflict wounds killing this thing?
So my homunculus flies around on the side, and it actually dives straight into its mouth, and then a burst of energy is coming from the inside as it explodes, and then my homunculus returns to my little shell. And then I guess Dwark says, did we get it?
Yeah, you're dead.
Oh, sweet.
Okay, good kill. And with that, we will go to the Mouther itself, where it will
Question.
run up to Fate, just being the only one within
Question.
10 feet, of course, and he will make that attack.
Question.
This is probably not going to hit. I think just a 13 to hit you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I was saying question, because I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So because I failed that wisdom saving throw, I cannot take reactions? Or...
That
Or
is true.
can I?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so... Yeah, nothing happens from my side.
Okay. And I'm assuming that 13 missed you, right?
Yep.
Okay, and then it's going to use its... this is so messed up, guys, but hey, if it's got the ability, I got to do it. So I'm going to need another dex save from Dwark and from Garg.
I got a 16.
Okay, so you're good. Looks like Garg, you are still blinded. So you can take off the little eyeball for you, Dwark. You're good. Unfortunately, Garg, man, you've just been gunked up this whole time. Okay.
Wouldn't his rage go away too because he wasn't attacking nor taking damage?
You know what? That's true. I forgot about that little clause on the rage. So I think after a turn or two of inaction, he would kind of be his anger would have dissipated. And then let's see. That's it for its turn. It can only do that. So we'll go to Ryden. What you got? Keep in mind that it is kind of behind the pillar, so you'll have to hit the right angle if you don't want it to have cover.
Oh,
Sorry, Garg.
walk over here or so, and then I'll hit it with another longbow attack.
Okay.
That's a 22 to hit,
That'll hit it.
and that is 4 damage.
All right, hitting with that 4.
And that's all I could really do.
So another one of your arrows just like disappears in the folds of this monster. One of the eyes kind of gets pierced and like starts to leak out this very thick, nasty fluid. And that'll be it. Yeah, any other movement or anything?
No.
Okay, so we'll go
That's
to Simon. So you are not within range to have to do a wisdom check, but you are blinded still, so you'll just have disadvantage on an attack if you decided to do that. He says he can't pick up the phone. Okay, we'll just come back to him. He'll let us...
Was the gibbering mouther the one that was making us the wisdom checks, or was it the other thing?
You are correct. It was the gibbering mouther that was doing that, but the other one was kind of helping too in his own special way.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And so Fate, yeah, we'll move to you, and if he jumps back on, and we'll let him take his turn.
Wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
That's a 10.
That is meets it beats it. So you're good.
Oh yes, finally I can do something. God.
Finally, the whispers telling you all your self-worth finally leak out of your ears.
Stabby. That's
That actually does hit. Their AC is pretty low. They just have a lot of health.
so that's gonna be a divine
So,
might.
all right, let's do it.
So first the damage from the spear is a 9, and divine smite will add another 8, so 17 total.
Awesome.
And coming back from the other end, we will make this one, which is a 7, which misses.
Okay, so as you finally get control of your thoughts again, your previous action from earlier kind of flashes through your mind, and you grin as you think you know you're gonna do the same thing, and it goes all according to plan. With the first boom, you stab it in, the light shines, you're able to rip your spear back out, twirl it overhead, and this time you just kind of it slides out of your hand by like 2 inches, and the butt comes up a little bit short, and you're just in front of the creature. And then we'll go to Dwark. You are not in range to do a
Also-
save, so you're good. Or did you have
Also,
anything
I
else,
will-
Fate? Sorry.
Yeah, I will take the opportunity attack and move like here.
Oh,
Damn, it's this. I don't know if y'all can see it. This dice right here is being a killer right now. I need to put it on ice because I just natted with that.
Okay, go ahead, kill me.
Hopefully not, but we'll see what happens. Ooh, I got 2-1, so that's a good start for you. I got 3 1s out of that, so it's actually only. Well, that's only the first roll. My bad. So that's. So honestly, it could have been so much freaking worse for 10d6 worth of damage, but it was only 26.
Which is still enough to get me out of commission.
And so it does. Let me. So, as you are knocked over by this thing, it slowly starts to envelop your body, and so Dwarric and Ryden, perhaps not Ryden from the angle, but Dwarric for sure. You're right there in front of you. You watch in horror as Fate's body is just consumed by this creature, and he's not dead or anything, but he is absorbed into the mouther.
Damn.
And so
Was
So he's
that
not
an
in-
insta-kill?
I mean, honestly, yeah, I'm kind of wondering because it says if the target is killed by this damage, it is absorbed into the mouther. So I'm not sure. That might. I'm gonna look it up just to double check because I don't want to. So it says a creature is absorbed only if it's killed, not when it drops to 0 hit points.
Okay then,
Oh, okay. Okay, you're being chewed on. You're being digested.
bruh.
well, can I see him?
Sorry, I was just making double check, but yep, okay, that looks like it is. So you are not instant killed. Thank God. That would have been so cruel, man. That's cruel. But Dwark, yes, it's your turn, and you can see him. He's just laying there in front of the creature.
All right. I'm gonna tap one of my gauntlets on the wrist, kind of like turn a little dial, and then finger gun and cast Healing Word.
Nice.
So, you're gonna heal 6 health points.
Cool.
8. And then I'm running back over here and saying, freaking kill these things. I'm tired of this. And I'm attacking with my Thunder Gauntlet. That's a 16 to hit. For 8 damage. No, I think you're muted.
Oh, I am sorry. Thank you. Its thick flesh is starting to get a little bit more runny, as you can see that it's getting pretty close to bloodied. That gonna be it for Dwork?
That's all I got.
All right, so we're going to the Mouther, and then I'm gonna try to recharge. Man, I'm hitting these recharges though, but it's just at least it's not more devastating. So with that, he will hurl his little spittle behind you guys. So I'll need Fate and Dwork to make me a dex save.
Do I get disadvantage because I'm prone?
Let me double check. Yeah.
No, not just you. I believe so.
No, I think
really
yeah,
only
you're fine.
affects attack roll.
Yep.
Natural one.
Oh no.
You thought.
wow.
You thought.
Does a 13
I thought
pass?
you.
A 13 actually does pass. So Fate, you're blinded as well as prone now. As you're kind of like creak open your eyes as Dwork had healed you, and just in time to see this globe just explode in front of you, and you could try to wrench your eyes shut, but it's too late.
It sticks to my mask, covering the eye holes.
And I don't know. I guess this. If it were me, I would attack the dude who's prone. I'm just gonna say that. If I was a monster and someone was alive, you're not on death. You're not rolling death saves. You are alive,
The
but
thing
you're
is,
prone.
it thinks I'm down, and it doesn't know that I'm regained my consciousness.
I feel like gibbering mouthers are like non-sentient things, so it's just going to keep trying to eat the thing that it was already trying to eat.
Okay, go ahead and roll with advantage. Kill
No,
me.
it would be neutral because of the Thunder Gauntlets.
Okay.
Okay,
Ah,
so
nice.
that was only even with that, it was only a 14. So I don't think that hits you anyway, Fate. You're probably good.
No, thankfully not.
Probably. Okay, so that's it for its turn. It'll try to bite you. It threw the spittle. That's all it can do. Ryden.
Just another longbow attack.
Muscled sinew flexing and popping.
That's 24.
Nice.
That's a 24 to hit.
Yep.
And 10 damage.
Okay.
Can I also use my bonus action to like possibly throw like some good berries towards Fate's direction?
We'd have to check the spell if it takes an action or a bonus action. That'll just be pretty cut and dry for what the spell says.
The thing is, I already have good berries from before.
Don't
Okay.
they go bad after an hour?
24 hours, actually.
But like the HP gaining effect, I think
It's only
for-
one, but it's better
Okay.
than nothing.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, if you want to give him an HP back from a good berry, that's cool with me.
Okay.
Okay. And anything else for you, Ryden?
No.
All right. We're going to. I think also, Simon, you are no longer blinded, so let's go ahead and take that off.
Oh, delightful.
And yeah, you're free to act for the first time in a bit, man. You can do whatever you want.
Alright.
Although, by our kind of discussion earlier, it seems as if your rage probably would
Yes,
have dissipated.
I would think so. Garg is confused because, as far as he was concerned, not a whole lot of time has passed, as he has been stupefied for a while. But he no longer feels as angry, but he's still angry enough to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and gonna go punch that last living mouther.
That'll hit.
14 to hit, and 1d8 plus 3. Oh, it's a nice 8. I like that.
Okay. So he's definitely getting whittled down quite far, as it's just like starting to turn into a muck underneath your blows that you're just punishing. And if that'll be it from you, we'll go to Fate.
That'll be it.
Fate is going to try to stand up. Definitely.
Okay.
And he will touch his chest, and some divine light will start coming off of it as he powers some lay on hands into himself.
Okay.
And then it will look towards the creature with the light coming off of the eye holes, changing their color from yellow to red, because he's freaking pissed. And that's it from him.
Sorry about that. Talking to my wife real quick. Okay. And so your eyes change. And then what was the last thing that you said? My bad. Sorry, my wife is about to leave.
He's pissed. That's it.
Okay, you did you take an action? Oh, that was your lay on hands, right?
Lay on hands.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
lay on
Yes, sir.
hands.
Forgot that takes an action. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Dwark then.
So I should have made that wisdom save, right?
Oh yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. I was a little distracted there. Yeah, you should.
Come on. As a 7, I would have failed.
All right, so we may. Hey, you know, honestly, man, it's okay. That was my fault. You can just keep the healing and stuff. It's fine.
Okay.
Love you too. Love you.
Man, I'm feeling like luck is not on my side today.
Okay, so Dwark, go ahead and we'll have you make the wisdom save.
I got a 16 on my wisdom save.
And you would have advantage, of course, but it doesn't seem like you need it. And then, yeah, go ahead, man.
I'm gonna. Forgot to do this earlier, but I'm gonna kind of touch another button on my little turtle shell, and I'm gonna use defensive field, so I get 3 temporary hit points.
Nice.
Probably should have done that earlier, but I forgot. And then I'm gonna go ahead and slay him down with these thunder gauntlets, and that's an 11 to hit.
That'll hit him.
Dang. Okay. That is 10 damage.
Oh, man. Okay. So, I think he might have a shred of health left, but I think for the sake of time and for obvious sake, you're able to take him down the rest of the way through some due diligence, kind of just pounding fist over fist into it until fate he finally regains his vision, and he kind of has to like put a hand on your shoulder and be like, "Hey, it's done."
I don't think I would have this whatever the word for that is. I would be like, yeah, fuck it up.
Yeah, hit him more, hit him again. Okay. And then so now we are back to the story, as it were, and so you guys are free to cross the rest of the chamber, and as you do, you notice that the lantern that Garg is carrying continues to glow green in the chamber. You get the sense that the Illithid have probably allowed several of these types of aberrations to escape into the mine. And then, if you guys want to move yourself to the other side of the map. And as you finish the battle with the chaotic masses of eyes and mouths, you kind of reach the other side, and all of a sudden you see a floating brain with a beak and tentacles float out of the darkness to attack you.
Ew.
And so you just happen to be the one there, Dwark. So he'll come up and
Yeah, I'll take it.
and so he comes swooping in. We'll go ahead and leave the initiative as is. I'll just add him in. He'll get like just a quick attack. Oh my gosh, I rolled 1 for his initiative though. So that's gonna be a whole 3. And I guess it's fair. If you're the one taking the attack, we'll just restart the initiative with you, and then we'll move it from there. But so he comes up out of the darkness unexpectedly and tries to attack you with his. So you see just kind of a brain with all these tentacles flowing underneath, and they all start to raise up towards you, dude. That might actually hit you too, because I critted with that. I gotta put this dice away. Honestly, I'm not gonna roll that dice for a little while, because that's like 3 or 4 fucking crits with the same dice. The other one's whatever, but it's 24 to hit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And then you'll take probably taking away that temp HP really, because it's only 4 piercing damage. But I'll also need you to make me a con save.
Okay, real quick, let me adjust my health.
Its tentacles, you feel the suckers kind of finding purchase underneath your armor and your turtle shell and ways and kind of grip on.
Ooh, the con save did not do me any
Is
favors.
it
That's a
against poison?
6.
Because if it's poison, he has advantage.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, so it is for poison. That's true.
Yeah, well, wait, I just resist it. So
Okay, so it doesn't affect you, but you are grappled by the creature in this moment. You are restrained until this grapple ends, and then it also will have an advantage on you, but it can't attack other people with that attack in particular while it's wrapped around you. So I know that's a little bit of a mouthful, but so it'll throw another a tentacle at you, and this one is probably not going to hit with a 17.
nope.
And then he's going to follow it up with this very last attack. He's got a few, and you're kind of like fending off the tentacles as you kind of turn your gaze up, and you just see the beak coming straight for you. Looks like a 21 to hit with that. No, I rolled the wrong dice again. Damn it.
Yep, that'll hit.
And this one is nothing special, just some damage, some piercing damage. Looks like 6 piercing damage to you from the beak, and that will be your turn now if you want to go ahead and take your turn. And just remember, you are restrained by this grapple.
So, can't move. Attackers have... No, my attackers don't. I have disadvantage. Okay.
Right.
Okay. I am gonna scream first. And then I'll use... No, I'll just go in. I'll try to hit it with the Thunder Gauntlet. Whatever.
Okay.
Oh. My lowest was a 13.
That hits it.
12 damage.
Nice. That's good. Oh no. So I'm sorry to tell you, but he is immune. Oh wait, no, never mind. You're doing thunder damage, correct?
Thunder damage.
Okay,
yeah.
so no, you're good. My bad. Probably gave away a clue there too, but it's okay. I don't think anybody's
Oh,
gonna.
no.
So no, yeah, you're good. You're good. And how much damage again?
12.
12. Nice. Okay. All right. So your friends just see you kind of swarmed by these tentacles, and they hear you scream, and then they just their hair kind of stands up on their arms as they just feel this pulse of thunder as you're trying to fight your way free. With that, we'll go back to the creature where it's assessing the situation, as it were, and it notices that it's alone, of course, and so it breaks free from you and disengages and retreats back down this tunnel. Let me reveal some of that for you, because you would be able to see it now that you're free and paying attention and have a gaze over there and everything.
I yell back, "Come back, you coward!"
And as you do, you see it retreat in there, and you can kind of catch a glimpse of another one in there as well. And with that,
There's more.
We'll go to Ryden.
What would it take for me to hand some more good berries? Because with Fate, I think I only gave him 1. So I'll have 9 more left.
I think for you to just give somebody something, you could do that like once per turn as like your free action, basically.
Interaction.
Okay. I'll just hand you some food. I'll just hand you 1 good berry. Before I shall move behind this pillar right here and make a longbow attack.
Fate can have a little good berry as a treat.
And then that's a 13 to hit.
Which one in particular were you going for?
Let's go with this one.
Okay, so just with the angle that you're at, he's going to end up getting some extra
That's
cover,
true.
and so the AC actually would rise him up to be too high. So that attack, you try to lean out over the pole, and you barely catch a glimpse of the tentacle, and you do your best to try to arc your shot to hit, but it just kind of ends up thudding into the wall here.
Okay.
And then you're going to bunker back down, and anything else for you on that one?
One moment. Let me see.
And then
I can't use my bonus action for anything. I'll just leave it out there.
and so in Garg, as you prepare to take your turn, you realize that the lantern that's kind of like strapped to your side is just like flashing and going crazy right now. And it's your turn.
All right. And noticing that, Simon will prepare another spell, which is just mechanically it's a rage.
Okay.
Because I want to see what else we can do here.
Nice.
Let's do it. What's the spell? An intangible spirit, which looks like a flump or a pixie of your choice, appears within 5 feet of one creature of your choice, so you can see within 30 feet of you. At the end of your current turn, the spirit explodes, and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 force. Until your rage ends, you can use this effect again, summoning another spirit on each of your turns as a bonus action. Neat.
That's cool. Nice.
Okay. So within 5 feet, within 30. So.
None of the enemies.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Can I move the thing?
Could have moved and then raged.
Yeah, I just didn't. Some of the rage things allow me to move, so I wasn't sure.
So yeah, it looks like it won't really be able to help you as much this turn, but you can use it again on your bonus action next turn still.
Oh, actually, until your rage ends, you can use this effect again, summoning another spirit on each of your turns. So I can just move and then summon it as bonus action. I just won't get the free one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, neat. So we will move 5, 10, where is it?
So you see the spirit kind of pop up and explode off to the side, and then your eyes kind of go wide with realization of what power you possess now. So you charge forward, and as you enter this little strip here, you realize that the floor beneath you is kind of gritty, and you start to lose purchase just a little, just enough to make a save. And let me see what the DC is, but I'll need you to. It could be a perception check as you're entering the area to kind of make sure that doesn't happen, or as it's happening you could try to jump away with an acrobatics check. So it's really up to you. I'll just need a perception check or an acrobatics check.
Oh, not a save, it's a check. We will make the perception.
Okay, yeah, not a save. You're right.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Okay, so you charge in and you're ready with this newfound power as you realize your forward inertia is just too much, and you start to lose your feeding, and you end up slipping all the way down through here and going down into the hole. And the last thing your friends see of you is your head as it descends down into the floor below. We'll touch back up on that in just a moment.
Oh my!
I'm so sorry, man, that you keep being like just
Garg is having a rough time
pushed away from combat. It's just I didn't write the module. I'm just running it.
All right, so is that the end of Garg's turn? Does that just finish it off?
Yeah, that kind of exits you from the combat. You could get back up to this level with like a couple rounds. So
no problem.
We'll keep that in mind. And then
right, cool.
we'll go
Sounds
to
good.
Fate, and just keep in mind too, if anybody else that y'all were all close enough to where you would have heard what's happening to him. So if any of you try to go in that area, you'll have to do the save, of course, but you'll get it with advantage. So Fate, it's your turn. Whatever you want to do.
May I eat the good berries as a free action?
So I think that's gonna take the action, though. Yeah, it's just like taking a potion or something.
Screw that, I guess.
Yeah. The only good thing though is like if you get downed and no one has anything to heal you or something, they could just go up and feed you your berry. Easy.
As I will put away my spear, I will make a finger gun aimed at this one. As some red fiery energy accumulates around my hand, forming an actual gun. I will take my shot and cast Eldritch Blast.
Nice. So, were you going for the top one or the bottom one? I'm sorry.
Bottom.
Okay.
Come on, man. That's a 12.
And that will hit it.
Thank God. For a whole lot of 5 force damage. And I think that will be it for my turn. Yeah.
Okay, so you had this, some of your I'm sure Dwark would be like, oh, I've thought about making one of those before, you know, as it would be rather confusing to some other people, as far as like your magical invocation gives you this tool that you fire off, and the rest is history, as it were. And we'll go to Dwark.
Sorry, I was texting my wife back. What happened to Simon?
So he ended up getting caught down this like this would be at a bit of an elevation, and it slides down and through here. More or less, it's a trap, you know.
Oh, I got you. I get what you're saying.
And
okay.
so if you have to get close to attack these guys, you can you would do that with advantage, as far as the save or the check goes. You can do perception or acrobatics with advantage to get through their little thing without slipping down.
Ice gods have decided Simon and Garfunkel don't get to play today.
Oh,
They just get to watch from the sidelines.
I'm just gonna
That's still
scoot
more to
forward
go.
a little bit. Okay. Can I move here without falling?
you can get that close, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll move that close, and I'll point at that top one and cast Sacred Flame, and he has to make a dex save. The DC is 12.
Ooh, nat 1, so that's a massive failure.
All right, that's 7 radiant damage.
Okay.
And that's turn.
So he's starting to get whittled down pretty well. You can see that they weren't expecting too much resistance on this side of the tunnel, and he's getting a little more panicked. So it'll be their turn. Yeah, they can tell that they're getting kind of cornered, and if it wasn't obvious before, they're definitely floating above the ground. So they're kind of unaffected by some of the terrain and stuff. But let's see their movement real quick. So they definitely get the impression that you're chasing them down. So I mean, they're back against the wall. They're not just gonna sit there and get pummeled. So we got 30 feet of movement. Let's see what I can do with that. So I could get I'll just divide it up so we're not trying to beat down on Dwark too much.
No, I don't have my spear in my hand. I cannot do the thing. No.
Okay, so we'll start with Dwark, and yeah, of course there's a few attacks here. So the first one is just some tentacles, and I got a 7. So even with the mod, that's not gonna hit. And then he was gonna follow it up with a beak attack. We didn't get that other one. And that one's going to miss too, so you're pretty good, honestly. You're able to avoid all his incoming blows. As far as fate, see, I have like a hot dice and a cold dice, because now I'm rolling this one and it's nothing but low. I'll just have to switch between them when I'm feeling vicious.
Every other one, man.
Yeah, so this one is, to hit you, Fate, is a 12.
Miss?
And then the second one is a little better with a 17.
Still miss.
Okay, so that's going to be it for their turn as they kind of spill back out. Ryden, go ahead.
I'm just gonna come over here. And also, if I use Hail of Thorns, basically the next time I hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack before the spell ends, I could add an additional amount of damage, pretty much. But does this last only once, or do I do this?
1 minute or 1 hit, whichever comes.
Concentration up to 1 minute.
But it lasts for 1 attack, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, the next
That's
time you hit a
so-
creature. So yeah.
Okay.
If that's so, I'm just gonna go with Firebolt then.
Okay, gonna throw a firebolt at him. So is that that's a dex save, right?
And wait,
Or is
it's
that-
just a ranged spell attack,
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
so I'll just have to roll. Well, that's a nat 20.
Nice. All right, let's see it. So
That's
2d8 or 2d10, is that it?
2d10.
Okay, sweet. And you
That
you were going for
is
the one by
11 fire damage. 11 fire damage.
very nice. Was it the one by Fate or the one by Dwark?
No, the one by Fate.
Okay, so
And then with the rest of my movement, I'm going to take cover behind this pillar.
so these creatures are known as grells, and you see this this tentacled brain with the beak kind of coming towards Fate, and he kind of is able to fend it off as he's like, you see his eyes kind of cast around looking for his spear, knowing that he needs it, and you kind of come to his aid with just blasting the thing with fire. And so Simon, you have a choice. You could start to explore on the second level kind of without your friends, which could be dangerous, but that's kind of up to you. Or you could try to make your way back up here, and if you want to do that, you can make it back up here with a dash, and then you'll just be here at the stairs.
Okay, Garg is already raging, so he's not thinking about anything other than getting back to the fight.
Okay.
So he is going to, he's going to dash. And then, where does that put me? Where are the stairs?
So you'll be over to the far left
I
now.
see. I see zoomed in. Okay. I guess that's, the end of it then.
Okay.
All right.
And the rage goes
Yeah.
away.
Okay.
Tough shit.
It's like the
Alright.
one thing that can defeat the barbarian
The
is just
barbarian.
like not doing anything. You can't hit him, you can't hurt him. He's gonna destroy the shit out of you. But if you can't do anything, well, I guess we're good.
You got
does one thing.
one attack this entire session, didn't you, Garg?
Yeah, I think it's been one punch. Oh, no, wait, he got 2 punches, right?
We definitely got some more coming. It's still a whole nother level to descend down into. But just to keep this one on going, Faye, it is your turn.
Okay, free object interaction. I will take my spear around
Okay.
and stab it with my action. Go ahead and roll attack. That's a 11.
That's gonna be just shy.
Coming up with the other one. And that's a 22.
Oh yeah, that's a hit.
8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Dang, with the butt ass end of it too. That's good, man. All right, so yeah, you of course your first kind of drive towards it is a little inaccurate, but it kind of like almost tries to grip onto the end of your spear with its tentacles, and you have almost like a brief struggle as you wrench it away and are able to flip it around with the same momentum and just drive it right back into the creature. He's a little bit over bloodied, so he's getting whittled down. Anything else for you there, Fate?
I learned my lesson. I will not provoke attacks anymore.
Okay, so we'll go to Dwarric.
Yep, I'm going for Thunder Gauntlet, jumping, pounding down. That's a 22 to hit.
Ow! Okay. Very good.
Okay, that's seven thunder damage.
Nice.
And I'm gonna say that's turn.
Okay, so you hunker down. Your friends really just see your massive turtle shell, and then again they feel that familiar thrum of energy as you just drive your fist into this guy. He's definitely bloodied, and it's gonna be their turn, and so he'll float around over here. And I guess he'll stay right there. Maybe even right there. Okay, and so we'll go a tentacle towards you and a miss, Dwark. A beak towards you and a miss, Dwark. And then the same is going to be happening to Fate. It looks like a 16 to hit with the tentacles.
Miss.
And then he's going to come back at you with that beak, though, for a 21. I picked up my
Well
good
hit.
dice again.
Well hit.
and that'll be nothing extra, but just this beak just driving deep into you, just making it barely past the guard of your spear for a whopping 7 piercing.
I will drop my spear, point my hand at it, and go to hell as another hellish rebuke comes at it. So give me a dexterity saving throw.
Alrighty. Looks like a 14.
That will just barely pass, so the damage will be halved.
Okay.
And hellish rebuke, here it goes. 15 halved, so 7.
All right. So between Ryden's and then now your hellish rebuke, you can just see like shiny patches of skin where it's just been blistered and burnt up. Some of the tentacles are like half dangling on threads as it's still kind of trying to keep itself upright. And yep. And so that was actually its turn. So now it goes to Ryden.
I'm just gonna do another longbow attack. That's a crit.
Against this one, I assume.
Even with half cover, he's still going to get hit?
Yeah. Actually, I think I'll just move a bit before that so I could have the right angle to hit it down.
Oh, you're gonna hit regardless on that one, but make sure you're thinking about that before you attack.
Okay. And then that is how much damage again? Let's see. D8. D8. That's a 6 and another 6. That is 12 damage total. Okay. And then I'm going to hide behind cover again, like around here, I think.
That was a heck of a blow. You fire the arrow out with the vengeance this time, and it actually snags, kind of blows a hole through its main torso, but also snags one of the tentacles and like pins it up against the wall. And Dwark, you watch for a moment as it just like struggles trying to free itself, and eventually you hear its flesh just rip as it just tears the tentacle off and leaves it pinned to the wall, and readying itself for the next blow. So you are on the right floor now, Simon and Garg.
Wait, which one got attacked? Was it this one or this one that got attacked?
He just attacked
the one
this
your
one.
fate.
Oh, I thought it was this one.
Oh, I thought it was this one. My bad. Oops. Sorry about that. So actually 12 to this guy. They are both getting pretty close to the same amount of damage. They're both getting pretty dang hurt. They're bits and pieces. So what you got, Simon and Garg?
Not a whole lot. Garg is just going to dash. Yeah, let's see.
If you had like a javelin or something, you might be able to use that.
He does not. He is just going to sprint. He's going to dash over and just scream Garg as he places himself between the two of them.
Nice.
All right, that's the end of his turn.
Okay. Fate?
Well, pick up the spear from the ground and stab the thing in front of me. Come on, buddy. 18 to hit.
That's a pure hit.
7 piercing.
Okay, and then what's that butt gonna do?
That bat. What can that bat do, girl?
You'll back that thing up.
Come on, where is it?
Show me what you're working with.
Damn, bro. You shit with that ass?
Nice, man. Hey, y'all just had to get beat down a little, and then now y'all are coming down to rain all hell down upon these creatures.
So 14 damage total from both my attacks.
Okay, so you drive your spear deep into its beak, actually. Like it's starting to come towards you again, and its beak opens up, and it's just wide enough to fit the head of your spear in there. And so you jam it in, and you meet a little resistance at first. And just to flavor it, I guess, with the butt, you jam it in as far as the head can go, and then you put both hands around the butt of it and just drive it in as hard as you can. And now this is more of a fixture against the pillar. And then of course, you can extricate your spear from its corpse, but it is in fact going to be dead.
Cool. I will use my movement to block this creature's escape route.
Okay, everyone ganging up on
And
that
that's
guy,
it.
and it is Dwark's turn. Unless you had anything else there at the end.
Right. Same thing. I'm going to use my Thunder Gauntlet. That is a 22 to hit
That's going to be a good hit.
for 9 damage.
Okay, so it is still kicking, but another one or two of those, and it might just not be. So yeah, you've just pounded up against the wall behind, and it uses tentacles kind of flailing around you as the thunder does its work. And anything else?
I'm gonna use my bonus action to tell my homunculus to pop up right here, and to use Force Strike, which is just a ranged attack against a target you can see,
Okay.
and that's gonna be a 12 to hit,
That will hit him.
and it does 4 force damage.
Okay. So yeah, you already have him like pinned up against the wall, like with the force of your blow, and then just from behind you, like a silent command, your little Chwinga like homunculus kind of just releases, like you can't even see anything, like it's almost like a silent just blast, and then you just see the creature recoil as it takes the damage. I went ahead and rolled for it just to kind of speed it up, and it attacked Dwark both times, and it did 50 damage. I'm just playing. It actually missed both times. So we'll go ahead and go to Ryden. Just messing with you. So Ryden closes in for the kill. I'll give you no cover or anything. You're good. You can just get a good free attack on it.
Okay. If that's so, I'm going to use my longbow with an 18 to hit
That'll hit it.
and 5 damage. Wait, no. 8 damage, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Forgot to add
That makes
bonuses.
a good difference, because it's just enough to where, let's say Dwark still has it like semi-pinned up against the wall, and it's like just struggling and flailing about, and that just pins it down for such an accurate shot for you. And 1 second it's wriggling and writhing underneath Dwark's steel grip, or however he's creating his gadgetry. Might not be steel, of course. And yeah, you're able to just drive that arrow deep into it, and it kind of just slowly goes limp in his grasp. And that will be the end of this combat, guys. Good job. And with that, just to kind of move right along, there's not really much more here to discover. And of course, you have found a quick way down through that hole, but you may not, no need to take that. So I think we could take a quick break, but really quick. You guys would approach the stairs going down to the 3rd level. It's a pretty dirty staircase leading down into pretty much pitch darkness for those that matter. And it's very obvious that the kobolds came up from this way by the patches of blood and the way that it streaks across towards the opposite end of the chamber. And Garg, as the lantern kind of like swings a little bit on your belts, you see it flicker green for a moment, and then it goes back to normal. And so you guys are able to go down into the level 3 of the mine. I'm going to go ahead and fix the map from earlier like I had to do with this one. We can take us a nice little 5-minute break or whatever, and then we'll pick it back up on level 3.
Ryden, how many good berries do you have?
I have 8. You can deal up to 8 HP.
Thank you very much. And faithful
I also have
race.
Cure Wounds if you want it as well.
That would be most appreciated.
Okay. With that would be 88 plus 6. That is 10 HP back.
Whew. Damn, that was way closer than it should have been.
And that's it. I'm gonna be back in a moment, so I'm gonna get some water.
have.
I like to think that with my thunder gauntlets, I was like grabbing the tentacles and using it to like with this grill.
I almost fucking died today.
Yeah, in your grill, son.
Bruh.
Exactly.
Father? Fate's looking up into the sky.
All right, so I got everybody's token on the next set. Let me do some quick setting changes. So,
How would you guys feel about a short rest before we actually descended?
That would be nice. No, let's do that.
Can we do that, Noel?
yeah, you definitely
Epic.
could.
If I used arcane recovery on myself, do I get back? Do I? Would I be able to get back my ranger spell slots, or just my wizard spell slots?
Wizards.
Okay.
The spell slots are spell slots.
Oh.
They add together. Yeah, so the only one that's actually different is the warlock because it's pact magic and not spellcasting.
Alright, yeah, they combine into multi-class spell slots, that's right.
So if you're
Got it.
multi-class, you can
With
get back a spell slot with no distinction.
yeah, that's with resting. With Tasha's rules, if you have like your optional features on, some characters can like hold on to their like artifact or whatever they use to spellcast, and it'll like help them regain a slot. But
Got it.
It'll help them regain a spell slot, right? What are you talking about?
yeah, so like for example, I'm an artificer, but I have a level of cleric, and I know that at level 2, clerics can start to like hold on to their thing, and they can regain a spell slot equal to half of their cleric level.
Sure, yes, that's a reference to their class level, though, but spell slots are undifferentiated. So they get that many undifferentiated spell slots based on their cleric level. That doesn't make
They
a
get
distinction
that
between...
level of spell slot because, like,
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Is there a differentiation between spell slots you got from one class versus another? In which case there isn't. But when
yes,
you're using an effect like that, you would gain it back based on whatever set you were gaining back on.
right.
But yeah, as
Okay.
far as spell slots are concerned, there's no difference.
All right, yo. No,
Yeah, you
sorry to
can have,
interrupt,
like,
but just for
one-
the sake of time and stuff, we still got a little bit to run through. Everybody all ready?
We're good.
Okay. Sorry about that. We just, I don't want to keep y'all too much longer past the time scheduled or anything. So for the sake of that, we'll keep going. So the stairs that you take or just took, they lead out of this rough-hewn tunnel back up to level 2 behind you. And the tunnel in front of you winds northward into a larger chamber. The floor of the tunnel is stone with a few wooden planks set in kind of odd places on the floor. Garg over there with your lantern of tracking, it flickers green for an instant and then kind of remains back neutral. If you guys want to, you can make a quick investigation or survival check.
I'll go for survival check.
I'll definitely be a survival.
Oh yeah,
That's
and,
a 21?
and short rest for anybody upon entry, of course.
16 investigation.
You hear like the drip of water off in the distance slightly, but other than that, it's eerily quiet. And as the two of you,
So I will,
Divine sense.
as especially Dwork and Ryden start to poke around and stuff as you move forward, you realize a couple things. The obvious thing is that the tracks of the 3 kobolds, they come through here, and it does seem to again be from like the last few days. And of course, they were heading back up the second level as they were trying to run. But in addition to that, you could see like how some of the wooden planks that are around on the floor are actually the remnants of some cross ties to where they had mine tracks here originally. But whenever they left, they started to pull all that stuff up to use it elsewhere. And with that, yeah, you can kind of move up into where Fade's going. And you see that there's about 3 different ways to go forward in this chamber, with the black there being like kind of like a wall. So let me reveal just a bit more for you guys.
Does my divine sense pick anything up?
So it's undead, celestial, and what was the other?
Fiend.
Nope, nothing at all.
Okay.
I'm like, let me double check, but I don't think so.
What's the range of the lantern?
That should be on the handout. We can double check real quick. Let me look at that.
30
I think
feet.
it's within 100 feet, or
It says bright light for 30 feet and dim light for 30 feet after that. So,
How
thought
about
it
the
was-
tracking?
300
Yeah,
feet.
300.
oh, 300.
okay.
300 feet, it'll glow, and it doesn't tell you exactly where or anything, but you know that there's there at least when it flickered earlier, that told you guys that there's an aberration within 300 feet, based on this super cool item. Gee willikers. And so you kind of see where you could go off to the right, and I'll go ahead and open up a little bit more of this because our dear friend Garg actually already ran through this part as he just dashed his mad way back to the stairs. So all you see is a hole. I think y'all know where that goes, of course.
heaven.
And with that, you have a couple directions you could go, I suppose. But let me read first that you've entered the large natural chamber, and there's 3 passages. One of them, obviously, you know where it goes. But you see the symbols 3 carved into the rock above the entrance, indicating level. And the silence of the room is kind of disconcerting. The tunnels appear to be roughly cut by the miners, following promising leads to jewels within the walls. It looks like they were making big finds all around, by the way, that there's gouges in the walls and things, despite kind of how you heard that this was not a very good mine. The lantern of tracking glows bright green for an instant, and the light fades away as if something is moving in a nearby cavern. If you want, we do kind of turn back to this again and again, but you could always make me another survival and investigation check.
Okay.
Absolutely.
9.
Nice.
7.
19.
17.
Okay, so the 17 and the 19 are good enough to tell that the kobold tracks proceed from where you are now north through this area. If it'll ping, there it is. So this tunnel is where the tracks go for the kobolds. Is north, bloody little feet, and then let's see. Garg, sorry for the wait, but if you will make me a or no, you don't have to make me a save actually, but you feel a strange sensation, okay. Garg, and this is just you, as if someone is watching you from the darkness as you kind of enter this chamber. All of a sudden you hear a voice calling out to you, saying, "Why are you here?"
Garg quietly whispers under his breath, "Garg."
And so he was the only one that heard that. And Garg, it may not be your strong suit, or who knows, but go ahead and make me an Arcana check, please.
Definitely not a strong suit. But he's
So,
still at a 14.
Despite
respectable.
Despite probably your lack of understanding, you're able to at least realize that this voice is in your mind and not, you didn't hear it through your ears. You heard it in your mind.
Guard gives the side of his face a couple slaps to shake it off.
And so the other players, you kind of see him go through this, but you only know what you know. And so yeah, you guys are kind of free to go where you want to after that. I see Fate heading up north.
Can I examine the holes in the wall where the gems were?
What do you want to do with them?
I just want to examine them to see if I notice anything amiss or strange.
Okay, yeah. What do you feel would be an appropriate role for that? And I'll judge it accordingly, I guess. And then I opened up this tunnel here too, guys. There was just really nothing down there. You're able to kind of peek through there and see that it's just another kind of place that they were drilling through at the bottom. And then go ahead, Dwark, sorry.
I'm specifically looking at the fourth handout. It says the eyes scream lies, and I'm wondering if maybe there's a clue in here, so I'll roll an investigation check.
Okay.
But we'll see. 11.
So, with you kind of are thinking on that as you enter here, and everything you've gone through from the very beginning, hearing Kaolix and reading some of his notes to finding the notes here and distinguishing what actually happened. You almost have like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast as you realize that the eyes that they were talking about was probably related to the gibbering mouthers from earlier. You get a sense that as the kobolds were trying to escape, they got attacked and one of them killed and probably the other maimed as they were running from for their lives.
Let's head on out.
Okay, so you guys go north, and it's the chamber of the pool.
Never mind.
Let me go ahead and clear
actually
some. Yeah, what's up?
I would like to use an action to cast what is it called? I'm gonna pound an emblem in my chest, which is like a hammer and a anvil, to cast. Where's that? Emboldening Bond. And I'm gonna choose these other melee fighters with me, Fate and Garg. And for 10 minutes, if they're within 30 feet of me, they can add a d4 per turn, tactical ability check or saving throw.
Cool.
Nice. Very cool.
Thank you.
And so he makes it known to you guys that what he's doing, and you kind of watch him for a moment as he does the clang, and you feel that invigoration flow through your body. And you decide we are ready to move into the chamber of the pool. And I'll go ahead and do some revelation, as it were.
Let us proceed onwards.
Let me make sure how much to reveal. Of course. And here it is for you guys. You're able to move into this chamber. And the tunnel leads into another large natural cavern with stalagmites and stalactites from floor to ceiling. You enter the chamber, hear the slow drip of water settling into a shallow pool at one end of the chamber that you can see there on the map. And as you cross the chamber, the lantern of tracking in Garg's possession glows an ominous green color. Pausing to listen, you hear only the sound of the water dripping from the pool. In the distant glow of the lantern, you see a single boot at the edge of the pool. And then right quickly, this is going to be Garg again. For an instant, you see a set of eyes staring at you from across the pool. And then if anybody wants to, once again, you can make me a survival or investigation check.
Oh boy.
Boom.
Doric.
Okay, so you guys are chomping through here pretty fast. You know that by Dwark's explanation that his spell is only going to last so long, and as you come in here, you don't see any enemies. Although Garg does kind of have a weird interaction with like a pair of glowing eyes that fade back off into the darkness, and you are pretty quickly able to tell Dwark that by the tracks, several kobolds crossed across the pool, and rapidly ran back from the way that you just came. So another sign that you're on the right path, as these kobolds were literally just running for their lives in terror. And so, anything else, you guys?
I just tell everybody, just remember to. There was something about something beyond the pool watching us and drinking our thoughts.
So, and again, you're like literally seeing into the last thoughts of this kobold as you remember that message. That was him literally like right where you're standing, writing those messages as he was so afraid and fleeing for his life. So a bit of a chill kind of creeps up your spine as you make that statement to your friends. And really, there's not much else to do here, but as you kind of cross the pool, you see nothing unusual about it. It's cool, clear, drinkable water, draining through small set of natural holes in the far wall of the cavern. Almost a symbol of peace in such a crazy, terrible place. And so you guys can kind of move a little bit further into the shaded area there, and I'll set to revealing for you. And so, oops, wrong one.
I mean, the pool is clear. Did we see anything in the pool?
Nope, it's pretty nondescript actually with that. And so you'll kind of come back in through here, and you see a long tunnel kind of stretches on downwards and kind of into the darkness there. And then you also see where you round the corner and of the rough hewn tunnel, and on the other side of the pool you stumble upon this passage. It somehow oddly breaks into a side room that seems different and oddly placed. You look into the room, and a quick glance shows you a glowing purple crystal that sits atop a low pedestal. And the room that houses the crystal is finished in stonework. And the floor of the room and the pedestal are covered in arcane symbols. Just outside the chamber is a large stain from kobold blood.
Garg's eyes go wide at the shiny in front of him, and he slowly begins to approach it with both hands forward like a toddler reaching for literally anything, I suppose.
And so you're going to try to go into the room?
Yes, Garg is determined.
Okay, so as you do, I'll just say it beforehand. We're gonna roll initiative. No surprise on you guys or anything really, but no surprise against them or anything either. So we'll just do it straight out, just to say that beforehand. So we kind of leave your dudes where they are now, and you open the door, and you see. Let me scroll back up just a little. You see two kobolds on either side. They were kind of just, you're looking through the doorway at just a quick glance, but as you open, you get the full side of the room, and they're just as shocked to see you as you are them. But you see these two kobolds on either side of the kind of like markings on the floor, and you get a sense just obviously by looking at them that they are being controlled in some way, and they have a very dazed look in their eyes, and you kind of recognize one of the kobolds as, you know, maybe the last remaining survivor of the initial party down into here. And you also see a couple of these very odd little creatures that you may remember from the note earlier, and the word dog kind of sparks off in your mind as you see these little creatures off to the side. And so with that, I'll go ahead and pull up our turn order, and let me get the old clear. And you guys can throw right back into that if you don't mind.
I had a 20.
Okay, let me add you a turn, and then you can just toss it right on there.
Okay.
Not tagging my dude.
I already rolled an 8. Do you want me to just put that one in there too?
It's up to you. If you want to re-roll, or you can take what you have. I don't care.
No, I'll keep the original.
Okay. Oh, my bad.
Stick true to the...
Ryden, let me add you a turn on there if you need. And then who we missing? We
Arg.
got you. And then that's
Yes.
it. Okay. Let me add these fellers on there.
Overpowered Minecraft command.
Ryden had done 11.
All right, let me roll these these chumps. Let me roll these chumps first. And just if you're curious, the kobolds are pretty obviously kobolds, but they're the just if you're curious, I guess they're the Icewind kobolds. So that's kind of cool. They're from the from Icewind Dale version.
Oh yeah.
And then if you are curious about these little dog creatures, you've seen them a couple times now, and as you get a better look, they're almost like toad-like in the way that their body sits, and they kind of rest on their hind legs like a toad would. But their legs are kind of like actually kind of swarthy for their size, but they're pretty small creatures. But their heads are essentially just like these brains, and they have these very strange, like toad-like arms and legs. And as you have heard, they are the dogs. But yeah, let me roll for them suckers. And, oh, my bad. They have such a weird name too for these guys. They're called intellect devourers. So if you're ever curious about that on a side note, you want to look it up after the game, of course.
Thankfully, I don't have much of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Tips are what I know the least about, because never played an adventure with them.
Yeah, I don't mind sharing information as well, and then I know, I can trust you guys not to metagame too hard or anything, so it's all fun for everybody. Icewind Kobold, he's going to end up with a pretty low, and then let me get that in order, and we'll just jump right into it. Sorry about the wait on that. Fate, with the mighty 20 initiative, you see this door opened up by your good friend Garg, and these very just odd creatures, some you may have never even thought of to see before, and then some Icewind Kobolds over there, obviously kind of entranced. What would you like to do?
So given luck isn't on our side today, Fate is going to make his own fate and cast Bless on himself, Garg, and Dwarrick.
Nice.
So we are all blessed now.
Okay. That takes a pure
And I
action.
Yep, and that's like he's gonna put himself here, and that's it.
All right, like a true warrior, you first give yourself an edge in battle, and then stride forward confidently, placing yourself right in the doorway, blocking these creatures. You do also see a stairway over here. Let me go ahead and reveal that. Sorry, that one got slightly clipped. But this, you could only assume this is the chamber that you have heard of, and those stairs descend down into the Underdark. And so, good turn there, Fate, and we'll go to Dwark.
Okay, I'm gonna and I will remind everybody, you get that D4 from my aura every turn.
So 2d4 with my bless.
Yes, I guess you get the bless once, but yeah, you get that D4 every turn from So I'm gonna go ahead and move through here. And I do not like the way this brain is looking at me, so I'm just gonna run in and run in swinging um, with this Thunder Gauntlet. And let me pull it up.
You can add a d4 to your roll.
Before I know whether it hits or not, right? So let
No.
me see. Oh, no, I'll take that. 24 to hit.
Well, good God. So this is a tiny little creature in front of you, but you can just sense the malice rolling off of it. And you charge in with your
Yeah.
Thunder Gauntlet at the ready, and let's see that damage. All right. And so for a moment, the brain-like body is completely lost under your giant gauntlet. And you hear like an odd squelching sound. And when you retract, the splayed-out legs kind of oddly pick themselves back up as the creature lives on, but has been wounded. Anything else from you?
And is this purple crystal right here?
It is indeed. Let me see if I can find something real quick for that. I bet I can. Right, it ain't purple, but it's a crystal.
Good. I'm gonna tell my homunculus with my bonus action. Is it like embedded in this plaque, or is it just like floating?
Let me double check, but if I'm correct in my remembrance, I believe it's just sitting atop it.
Okay, so it's not, and I'm assuming it's not like huge.
No, it's not. So it's you can hold it in one hand, definitely in two, and it's not embedded or floating or anything. It really is just sitting there. So you could remove it if you so choose.
Well, I'm gonna tell my homunculus to grab it and get the heck out of here. Um, on with my bonus action. So my homunculus is gonna grab it. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. So my homunculus can grab it and run back here.
All right. So it's not the right thing, of course. And don't be alarmed, friends, when you suddenly see this. Y'all can see that, right? The spider.
Yeah.
Okay, so that can function as your little feller. So he's mechanical at least. And so remind me again. So you came and picked up this, and then you went where
Crystal.
with it? Yep.
This is as far as I can get with the movement.
Okay, so let's get you
Well,
out there.
unless I would assume it'll take an action to actually pick it up, right? Because using an item.
It's not really you. It would just be interaction with an object. So that's kind of your free action.
Oh, then I'm gonna dash. My homunculus is gonna dash. Um, let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and dash all the way over here.
Okay, so very quickly, that is going to do a couple terrible, terrible things to work. Oh goodness.
Oh no.
Just playing. I can't be too macabre. Anytime I'm like extra macabre, you're like he's goofing. So anywho, though, you have picked up the last magic item for this adventure. It's called a Psi Crystal. It's uncommon. I popped it up in your thingamajig there, so you can get the final details on it. But this is yet another light source for Fate. So he's gonna have 3 now, because this does actually shine. It shines dim light out, and you also have telepathy whenever you use it.
Telepathy.
So, kind of a cool thing. It's basically, you don't have to cast any spells to message or anything like that. And it was like just in that recent game, I was like, man, we really could have used message, And so now here's a way where if you have this and it's one of your items that you're bringing into the game, you can totally do it. And so that's the Psi Crystal. And I'll just share a couple. Go ahead and make me an Arcana check, Dwark, as something else is about to happen too. Nothing bad.
19.
Okay.
Good tonight.
So you see some symbols. The symbols that you see on the floor indicate that it amplifies telepathy. And while putting that together with the item that is now technically in your possession, you're able to deduce that whatever Illithid was kind of communicating with that poor kobold was using this crystal as a long distance telepathy range, kind of like a radio tower or something like that. And so you're with your intelligence and mastery of magic, you're able to determine that. And as you're kind of like having this revelation, all of a sudden you feel a very strange presence in your mind, and the emotion of anger just impresses upon you so much that you almost feel like you're about to mirror your friend Garg there in his own rage. And it kind of startles you, and you hear a voice say, "Impudent thief, I will be retrieving that shortly." And you get the sense that is another telepath, which you wouldn't have been aware of Garg's earlier, but it's a telepathic connection from something somewhere. And okay, that's about it for that, guys. And then
Respond, how you mad, bro?
And so you get a feeling that the presence is getting closer to you in like the physical sense, as if it either has been or is on its way here to deal with whatever's been going on while it's been away. That being said, we'll go to the intellect devourers, and this first one that's right there in your grill is going to try to claw at you first with its little scrubby hands, and 16 is probably not going to hit you. And then fate, all of a sudden you feel like a pressing on your mind, and I'll need you to make me an intelligence saving throw.
Damn. So that's gonna be a 8 in total.
Okay, so you didn't quite make that on that one, and you feel this just tiny spike as this little creature worms its way into your brain, into your psyche. Although I do need to move it here so it can actually do that. So now it's close enough, and so you're going to take a little bit of psychic damage. Let's see how much. Looks like 13 psychic damage.
I would.
And then
That will be a concentration check.
so hold on here real quick though. It says and go ahead and do that. Let me see real quick. This is kind of an interesting addition here at the end. What is your intelligence score total?
8.
Okay, so I rolled 3d6, and if the total equals or exceeds, which I did, I had a 14, then that score is reduced to 0. You now have an intelligence of 0. It says the target is stunned until it regains at least 1 point of intelligence. And I mean, I'm not sure how you do that. We'll have to look the specifics of that up, because yeah, your intelligence is 0. The target is stunned until it regains at least 1 point of intelligence.
Which
I guess.
Let me look up real quick. This is my first time messing with these types of creatures, so let me see.
What's the name of the spell?
It's actually called an ability, really, but it's called Devour Intellect, and the creature is okay.
Can I use my inspiration, or is it too late?
If you want to use your inspiration, I'll allow it. That's fine with me.
Let me.
So
A long rest, greater restoration.
Yeah, long rest. Yeah.
Or even lesser restoration, I think.
And so I assume whenever it's dead, though, that ability would be ended too, because it's physically doing this to you. So yeah, you have to. Your friends are gonna have to kill this thing, or that's pretty much it. And you're stunned, which, if we want to clarify, you're incapacitated and you fail saving throws, and they have advantage against you, and it's pretty bad. So that happened from this dude right here. In case y'all want to double check.
Can you even?
So keep that in mind that just happened, and this dude is going to do something a little bit similar to your friend here. He's not going to do his claw attack, and instead he is just going to do his special ability, and this is coming towards Garg. I figured you each kind of would get one here, and so this is called Body Thief, and so he initiates an intelligence contest. Oh wait, no, I'm so sorry. I'm going to give away an ability here because I already said it, but it says incapacitated. So keep that in mind, guys. Don't get him incapacitated, or this dude will try to do something to you. But that being said, my bad for revealing that, of course. But it'll be a 16 to hit you then, just a regular call against you, Garg.
Okay, 16. And wait, is that a Constitution save was it, or Intelligence save?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, this is just a regular claw. So if it hits, you'll just take some damage.
Oh.
It looks like
Yeah,
10. It'll do 10 slashing to you, and then he will try to do the extra ability. So you can make the intelligence saving now. Yeah, if he does the claw,
boy.
he can do the devour as well. So.
Oh boy.
And so same thing for you, where you end up taking the psychic damage. Oh wait, no, my bad. Sorry, that's wrong dice.
Wait, did you make your intelligence saving throw?
Yeah, I didn't add the things to it, so I got 2 d4s.
Yeah.
You could use your inspiration if you wanted to.
1d4 because my bless stops working,
When you go, because it's a concentration.
and I am stunned.
Oh,
You can
okay.
concentrate with a
All right,
stun.
yeah, sure. Why don't we use the inspiration?
Okay.
That's a little bit better. And
That actually
Yeah,
is good enough to save. So you avoided that with the use of your
cool.
inspiration. So there you go. And just to clarify, I think Dwark is the only one that has inspiration left, right?
Now I used mine earlier.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that. So they're all gone then. But hey, that's good. They need to be used. So I'm glad. All right. So you saved on the Devour intellect. So you hear a little like Garg as you look over and you realize he's like locked in this mental struggle, his eyes closed and like a vein throbbing out, and finally he just kind of like I don't know, just being funny, you just hear him like fart or something, and he's kind of like ugh, and opens his eyes and he's like, he won the battle. And if you don't like that doesn't have to happen, of course, but and that's it for their turn.
no, it's canon now. It's canon.
Okay. And then we're gonna go to Ryden. Sorry about the longness of their turns. I had to figure that out.
Is it possible for me to shoot through? Or would everyone be blocking the way?
I think where they're at now, it's going to give them at least half cover.
By the way, my thing isn't here. It's over here.
Okay.
If that's so, then I'm just going to use my longbow attack then.
Okay.
That is a 14 to hit.
Okay, that does hit. And which one are you aiming for?
I'll aim for the one over here.
Okay.
7 damage. And then I'll use the rest of my movement to move back for a bit of cover.
Okay, as a ranger and natural investigator, you're able to determine the status of creatures pretty easily just upon look. And as you fire, you kind of lean over Garg's shoulder, and you smell a terrible scent as you fire off an arrow, and you're able to tell as it lodges in that it did like a good exact third of their health with that one hit.
Okay.
Use that as you will. And we will go to Smelle Simon and Garg Fun Kill.
All right, so Simon's going to try this one last time, and he is going to attempt to cast his spell, and that is going to be a rage, mechanically.
Awesome.
And we are going to roll. Let's see what we get, boys. Oh, another flump. Okay.
Cool. This one actually, this
so-
one's gonna be able to whale him though.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Nice. This is gonna be a game changer for you. Where would you like to place it?
Yeah. Cool. Within 5 feet and explodes. Oh, within 5 feet. Okay. So I can place the one to start with, and I would like to place it right here, I suppose.
Okay.
To touch
Perfect.
the two little dog things.
All right. So the kobold there, it's a dex save. Is that right? Is that what it says? Yep, dex save. So he failed.
Yeah.
So the kobold fails. Oh my bad.
Wait, it's not yet. It's at the end of my turn, I think. Yeah, at the end of my turn.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go ahead and roll it. Okay, they both failed though for future reference. And go ahead with your turn, please.
All right. So Garg will. He'd like to try and free his friend. So he's being manipulated by this dog, right?
This one.
Yeah, you were standing there with a wide view of everything happening, and so yeah, you're definitely able to determine that. Yes.
Okay. So he's just gonna shift around here and
Skiddy.
going to give a shout of Garg again,
Nice.
and he is going to punch the rear dog in the face.
Okay.
And that is going to be
You hear a barking
plus
in your mind.
5.
Oh, that's a hit.
Ooh, 24.
Well, that's a hit and a half
that's gonna
right
be-
there.
It's going to be a 1d8 plus 3 plus 2 for the rage. So that's 6.
Okay, and so he had already taken a pretty mighty blow, and yeah, he's in single digits as you
All right.
you just see it kind of like pick its little self up off the cobblestones, and it's like there's not much like personification to it other than it's like limbs, but you just see it kind of twitch and convulse a little. The brain, very odd and striking to you.
Okay, and then so fun, until your rage ends, you can use this effect again as a bonus action.
So
So,
we'll
I'm going to
have
summon
2.
a second flop.
Okay, let's do it.
And
And the same place or what? Yep. Okay, so
No, it's slightly different. This is going to hit the kobold and the dog.
I thought that's what you did the first time too, right?
Oh, yeah, sure, why not? That's
Okay.
fine. It's Georgia roll for it.
So what's your save? 13, or does it say on there?
Uh,
it's 13.
It's... Is it? I don't even know. Let me
Okay,
check.
they both failed. They're hitting right under it, man. They're like 10s and 11s and stuff. So they're not meeting. So they're both gonna. So you can roll 2d6 and they'll both take that.
Beautiful.
Yep, good job. That's probably gonna be enough.
Oh, unfortunate. They just take 6.
Okay, so as your little creatures just pop up and they kind of like they pop up right next to each other and they like almost run into each other in a flight, and then they kind of end with like a quick swirl up into like the air above you, and as they do it just rains down upon the two creatures there, and they take both damage, and you can tell that the little brain creature there is on death's door. You could like just touch him with your finger and he'll probably goop up around it and die. The kobold, on the other hand, he takes the damage, and as you kind of get a little better look at him as you're in the room, you can see that these guys are pretty small and pretty weak. They've been malnourished and stuff as they've been like mind slaves, and yeah, I mean that one hit pretty much almost knocked him out. So good turn. And we'll go to the kobolds themselves. And so this guy's not much more to do but run in here, and he'll come run up against the side of the wall to take a little bit of protection, perhaps. And he's going to get ready to try to put the beat down on you. And then this guy runs in, and he's looking at Dwark, man. He's looking at Dwark like he just really don't like him. And so for the Icewind Dale kobolds, they do have pack tactics, so I'm going to roll with it with advantage. And then
On both or just the one next to me?
on both. They're both, as long as they have an ally next door to him. Oh wait, actually my bad. He took cover, so he's gonna have to go back to get that, which is fine. And so let's see what happens. They have. Okay, so they're holding some javelins, and you get the sense that it's like they're a little too big for him. It's like almost clunky, but he does his best with the advantage to hit you, and that will honestly turn a 5 to a 19. So let's see, it's going to be just an even 19 to hit you. and that will be to Garg. I was going to do him first, so 19 on Garg.
Yep. So
And then I'll just roll really quick to see about Doric. Oh my god. Where did that go? So one's a... Oh, I got a 10 and a 19 again, too. So 19 for Dwark doesn't hit, though, right?
correct.
Okay, so just shy. So this javelin he's talking about is... Maybe I should have went the other way with this one. I'll remember that. Oh my gosh. So... Oh, I didn't need to roll twice. My bad. So the first roll was a 1, and I'll just be honest, there's a -2, so I'm going to have to figure something out about these javelins. But you see him, and like he struggles, Garg, to lift this spear up, and his like limbs start to tremble as he does. As you can see, he's like emaciated, and especially after that one blow, it like just took up all his strength. And he tries to drive it home towards you, but you just kind of like knock it aside with the back of your hand. And then Dwark, you just feel that ting against your armor, but it's like, it doesn't phase you even in the slightest. So we'll go to Fate.
No.
And then,
I'm
you're possessed. My bad. So we'll go to Dwark. And let me make sure there's no save you can do or anything on that. I don't think so. No. Okay, Dwark, go ahead.
Which one is the one who's got his mind control on Fate? Is it in the front or in the back?
In the back of more towards the back of the room.
Okay. I'm gonna turn to that one, smack him down with that thunder gauntlet, or try.
And you just see Fate over there standing in the doorway, like almost like teetering on his balance, and the eyes that you usually see glowing behind his mask are just like a dull, listless gray. And that's going to be a massive hit towards this guy.
11 damage. Yeah, I'm trying to get some back.
So
Trying to get some brain matter. And then with my bonus action, I'm going to tell my little homunculus to move here and to use its force strike on this one.
Okay.
So that's going to be 11. That roll. Oop, I didn't mean to roll that twice.
It's okay.
18.
Yeah, they both hit.
It's only one hit. I
I know. Nice though.
There you go.
Okay.
Damage on this fellow.
Very good. So as again, it's just like to everyone else, they don't even realize what's happening, but you know that you're giving this command and it's shooting this almost invisible force blast out. But you just see like a puncture in the soft brain tissue of this creature, like it just got punched like by Garg's bare fist, and you see the impression kind of like slowly pop back out. Anything else for you?
No, is Fate kind of.
Oh, he's good now. Yeah, he's good. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. Yeah, his you see him as the other creature dies. His face turned down suddenly snaps back up as he comes back to reality, and the glow behind his mask is blazing even more brilliantly from before. And yeah, you can remove that condition thanks to your good buddy Dwark helping you out. And then if that's the end for you, I'm gonna go to this little dude. And of course he's mad that you just killed his one and only mate, and then also, he's not sure where that blow came from, but it still kind of really pissed him off. So with that, he's gonna try to hit you, Dwark, and that's gonna be a good old fashioned. It would be funny though to do this. I wonder if I should. Okay, so in a desperate attempt, he sees a one-shot glimmer that this thing isn't stupid, clearly. I mean, these are intelligent creatures versus what you normally fight. Perhaps even more intelligent than some of your friends. And so you see this thing kind of like just twitch a little and rock back and forth as it's kind of mulling it over in the few brief seconds it has. And then it kind of flops back away and turns it directly towards you, Dwark. And you see it kind of hunch over as I'm going to need you to make... oh, fuck, man. I thought that was incapacitated again. I was wanting to do that with you because that would be such an awesome contest. It has to be incapacitated. My bad. Fuck, I did that twice. I'm sorry, y'all. Damn it.
No, all right. I was kind of excited for that, too. I had a feeling that was going to come. And I
know, that would have been so cool. But instead, he does a 23 to hit you with his claw. So much less.
Oh, yeah.
So, This is just going to be slashing damage. Looks like 7 slashing damage to you, and then I'll just need you to make that intelligence save, as he's focusing all his attention and anger towards you specifically. Looks like that is going to make it. So you feel this brief spike, almost like a little headache, and then with like a little furrow of your brow, you're able to shake it off. And with that,
That did 7 damage.
oh yes, the first one. It did.
Okay, so I'm at 31.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll go to Ryden.
I am going to pop out of my cover real quick. And, how low is the intellect devour?
Based off of sight, you can tell that it's definitely bloodied. Like what was originally pretty bright pink fleshy material is starting to like turn gray at certain points, and you can see some splits and ruptures in the wrinkles. So it's halfway or less.
1 moment real quick. Drop my dice.
Me too. I did that. Okay.
Well,
So
I'll just search for it later. That is a 15 to hit.
that's a solid arrow coming streaking into the doorway.
And 7 piercing damage.
What could easily take into the knee of fate streaks right by and buries deep into this the brain of this creature. You just see like the feathers of your arrow sticking out of it as it's on death's door. It kind of just like falls flat and kind of like barely picks itself up on its little toad-like appendages, and it's just like trembling, kind of dropping to the ground every few seconds and stuff. Anything else for you?
No.
Okay, Garg.
So Garg is going to drop a flump right next to the altar, sort of between the 2 kobolds. And then he is going to just punch the brain dog just where its face would be.
Okay. That's going to be a hit, and I'll go ahead and looks like the kobold on the top saved, and then the one on the bottom failed your flump.
All right, so there's 5 plus 2 for the rage. That's 7 bludgeoning damage to the little doggy.
Would you like to describe its demise at the hands of Garg?
Nice.
Yes, it's particularly unflashy. He just cocks one back and just slams it kind of at a downward angle and smushes the brain into the stone here. And then he and as he turns, sort of foaming at the mouth toward the kobolds, his flump explodes, and that's the end of his turn.
Okay, do you want to roll
Actually,
that,
no, he'll
that d6?
yeah, that's it. Oh yes.
So a singular flump this time. It just kind of appears almost a little lonely because its friends look so cool doing it together before, but still it gets the job done, and the fellow on the bottom takes his 2
force damage.
And you get the sense that they don't have a whole lot to spend in the first place, so every little chip away like that makes it where the next hit might be that one that does it. And are you done with that one?
Yep, that's gonna be the end of the turn.
Okay, so we got nothing but these 2 just listless creatures, and as they kind of I did want to say something too. That'd be funny. Garg, as you like smash that thing with your fist, though, you kind of like look up, and your pupils are very like small as you're just in this intense rage. And for a brief moment, you lock eyes with Dwark, who also just has this huge gauntlet out on his fist that's like crackling with energy every so often. And you realize that you two are having like a punch-a-thon right now. And then of course you did your damage there. So we're gonna try to help with these dudes. And I guess since you were just the last one to attack, though. These guys are not doing too much. They come up towards you, and they have their javelin still just like barely able to hold it in their skinny little hands. And the first one tries to make an attack. Looks like it's going to be just a 9. So you're able to you just like flex your chest out, and muscles are just like popping, and your flesh becomes like steel as this the end of this spear just bounces right off of your bare flesh. The other guy tries, and he has a little bit better luck since they're using advantage, and it's just a 16. So I guess that'll hit.
That does it.
And so it's
Yeah.
funny with his 1d6 minus 2, he got a 2. So dang it.
Round
So,
down to 1.
you kind of like start doing the Terry Crews like titty bounce, and every time one of them is like shoving their spear towards you, you just like flex a pec and ding, block that one. Then the next one comes, flex the other pec, ding, block that one. As their
Awesome.
their stuff is pretty
Beautiful.
futile. And I'll just say, you get a sense that if you tried to communicate with them or reason with them in some way, you might be able to break what's controlling them without killing them, or you could kill them. I'll leave that up to fate. That's you, Fate.
Let's go, Fate.
Is my brain back to normal?
Oh yes, yeah, you're complete back in control of your facilities.
Cool. Tab. And button.
Okay, that's a monstrous hit on this this tiny little wheat kobold in front of you. The first one is
The second one turns into a 10.
still you. They're a dexterous little folk, despite that's pretty much all they got going for them. So the second one will be a miss, though. The first one's a definite hit. 6 damage
6.
is enough to bring him to death's door, actually. So yeah, you just conk him over the head, and he's like borderline unconscious as he just drops his javelin on the ground, and you can see them kind of like head rotating, like tweet tweet tweet, going over above it. Anything else for you?
Move. End turn.
Okay, and then we'll go to Dworik.
All right, I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna go ahead and use my Thunder Gauntlet on that guy.
Go ahead and honestly, you don't have to roll because he's completely defenseless at this point. His arms are at his side and his spear is on the ground. So you kind of just trot over, and it's like almost like a crackling of your fist, like if you were cracking your knuckles, but instead it's really just like the thunder energy as you kind of, you're just saying like time to put him out of his misery, and boom, you do so. He only had 1 health left, and yeah, he's out of there.
All right.
And then anything else for you on your turn?
I'm gonna move my homunculus over here. Tell it to put this dude out of his misery.
And so he looks up, like trembling, true fear in his eyes that are still glazed over. And how's that roll?
$12 to hit.
That'll do it. Well, actually, that'd be just shy. I'm sorry, that'd be just shy based off of earlier. Oop, sorry, 12 was the other guys.
All right.
So yeah, somehow you can see that he's putting all his fear into a little desperation as he kind of just dodges out of the way of the blow. And perhaps Ryden, you could be the one to finish it off. If you would come over here, then yeah, then no cover or anything. You can get a good angle. So what you got?
Could I spare this dude?
You want to spare him?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. So let me double check really quick. Because it is going to be a roll, but let me double check what it is. So you can do an Arcana or Persuasion check.
Ooh, I'll go with
And do it with
Arcana
advantage
then.
for me.
Okay. That's a 21.
Okay, so which one, Arcana or Persuasion?
Arcana.
Okay, so you kind of like stand in front of the doorway for a moment, and everyone else sees Ryden kind of just close his eyes, and it almost seems solemn for a moment, as in reality he's playing a mental chess game of sorts, and he finds the cord tied around this poor kobold's neck in a sense, and you're able to mentally clip it. And free him from the bond, and you just see him kind of like drop his spear, and he looks up towards you, Ryden, and he's like shaking, and you can see that this is one of the last remaining crew from the miners that that were sent down here to kind of get this psi crystal out of here. And so he just is like, thank you. And he sees that all of you are prepared for war against him. And he's like, please don't kill me. He's like, starts coughing up blood. Please. I thought I'd never get out of here. And just for doing that, Ryden, too, I'd like to give you another inspiration to use for the remainder of this. So I appreciate kind of sparing them, and you guys can kind of do with him as you will, or the room and stuff as you will. I mean, you're out of combat now at this point.
I tell everyone that whoever's in charge of this operation is on the way. I could sense it.
Okay.
And so the lantern of tracking starts to it goes out for a brief moment, and then after just a minute, it starts to be a very soft glow that is starting to kind of get deeper as the seconds tick by.
What should we do?
I think we should just prepare to fight this next guy. He's on his way.
Okay. What about the kobold?
Well, do you know if there's anything down further this hallway?
Well, that's the path to the Underdark. It's pretty scary down there. There are all kinds of creatures and things. They've been coming out, and I can't seem to get them out of my head. But now it's finally clear. Oh my God! But I'm scared.
We could just send him back. I mean, I'm sure he can find his way, and we can go this way. I mean, there's a path that seems more civilized.
Just to clarify, I'm sorry, I might have made a mistake. Were you talking about further down south or down the stairs here?
South.
Oh, okay, that was my mistake then. He was kind of just exclaiming how scared he was about the Underdark for no reason, and then he kind of turns, oh, you've been down this tunnel. Actually, there's some things down that way too. They seem to be everywhere around here.
Go to the Underdark. I think our mission is that way.
Bard sniffs towards the passage to the Underdark in agreement.
And so, real quick, Dork, make me a history check.
Okay. 19.
So, in the back of your mind, you hear the gravelly voice of Drogoth, the Dwarger from earlier, and him, basically is just talking about like, yeah, so if you go in there and you set the charge and just blow that place to hell, then we can just put this all behind us and no more questions. So what do you guys want to do?
How strong is the bomb?
There are some specifics for it that I could definitely share if you're curious, but I mean it's strong enough to get the job done on the tunnel, and you get a sense that time is kind of impending.
Should we just detonate it then?
I'm worried that last time they detonated it, it didn't seem to fix the problem, so...
Well, the last time, it was that mage. He put some sort of spell on the door out there, and to be honest, I mean, it's been a while. No one was in here, and nothing has happened. It wasn't until that dang Dwerger made us come in here and do this stuff that he kind of opened the doorway back up.
Okay, be honest with me, friend. Is it a mind flayer?
I can't get the thoughts out of my head. I don't know what sort of being this is, but when I close my eyes, I can still see his face. It's horrible. Tentacles coming out of this mouth. But he stands taller than me. He's just like you guys.
The only place we could detonate the bomb would be like here, because there's two paths from the Underdark here and south here, right?
No, this actually is the path south isn't to the Underdark. No, it's just this one right here.
Okay. Then I'm not opposed.
Okay. I'm going back to the bomb real quick, just in case y'all are curious, and it will actually matter in a second too, because I thought of a fun way to kind of integrate this. Let me see if I can find the dang stats. So just for like a peek behind the screen, in case y'all are curious, time obviously was of the essence here, but you've already kind of made your decision, so we're gonna stick with it, and it was the right decision to make, because if you didn't act quickly enough, then he would just show up and attack you, which y'all guys have been taking a pummeling. So that's why I gave you that history check, was to, you know, I give you that one chance to kind of like to remember and get the edge on the fight, because you guys go up to the stairs, and in the lantern hanging at Garg's waist, it just starts getting brighter and brighter and brighter. And you know the time is getting close, and you start to even feel the presence on your mind of more intellect devourers, and even a different otherworldly presence too. And you set the charge as Drogoth has indicated for you to do, and you hear it start to tick, this very ominous sound, and you know you only have so many seconds, so I would assume you probably want to rush headlong, and if you will, just stop before the pool for me. And then 1 second, I don't know why this isn't I think it put the bomb stats like way back up there when y'all actually got it, so hold on 1 second while I try to locate that. I go back and reminisce on all this torture and these battles that we had. Oh goodness, haven't we had fun today. Okay, so this is, I'm just gonna read it out real quick, and then we can we'll just play it out. So the plot, this is a plot device. This isn't something you guys can take, but it's a consumable, and you can throw it at a point up to 60 feet away, and or set it there, obviously, like he did. And each creature that comes through here, as it explodes, which is going to be these guys, they'll have to do a dexterity save or take 3d6 fire damage, as well as it starts to ruin the infrastructure of the tunnel there, and it begins to collapse it. So as you guys rush headlong out of here, and the kobold, he just runs, he keeps running. Where y'all kind of like make it to there, and you realize the deed has been done, but it's not quite finished. He just keeps on getting the heck out of there. And so let me first, I'm gonna move them up. You can position yourself anywhere out here that you like, I suppose, as long as it's not too far away.
How big is the blast
Like
radius?
that would be too far in the end. Probably somewhere around the edges of the pool, or maybe down this other tunnel way, but some kind of keeping it.
Oh dang!
Yeah, my bad. Keeping it somewhat close over here, because for that reason, Dwark. Okay, you're moving back there. Let me move this crystal. And where is your...
Yeah, you can get rid of it. My homunculus brought it back to me. It's right here.
Oh no, let me select that. Oh. Alrighty. And then, so, where do you want him to be? Just by your side?
I mean, yeah, just like in this pool is fine.
Okay.
Hovering over it.
And then, so you just see these guys come pouring out of here. We'll have the big bad guy here in the doorway, and then his little minions kind of funneled out ahead of him. And so we'll get them out here. Not that far, but yeah. So they all kind of just come. You hear this loud explosion, boom, go off from beyond, and it just shakes the ground underneath you. Some dust and a few pebbles and maybe a stalactite or two break off from the ceiling and rain down. You kind of have to cover your head as you stop in your tracks, and you feel this tortured presence in your mind as this mind flayer is screaming out in agony, as he'll be slightly singed. And I'm not going to make the dex save for any of them. I'm just going to roll the damage because it's only 3d6, and we'll see what happens. So they'll all take 12 fire damage. So that actually... You notice as the brain intellect devourers come trotting through the doorway, it's just dark and smoke and ash behind them, and they seem as if they're already well under half damage, as like bits of the brain is like melted and just like fallen off as like more of a liquid putty and they're all just kind of clambering out, and you just feel this overwhelming like wail of agony in your mind, and then that definitely draws you towards this guy himself, who will also take the 12 damage, of course. And you realize that he's a pretty tough opponent, and while he is definitely dazed and phased from the blow, he's coming out ready to fight. So in the end, we have a turn order there already. So I'll leave it. And those guys, I think, had only rolled because they went right after Dwark, right?
Yeah.
So I'll just give him a 15 or whatever, and then I'll roll for my new friend here. Oh my gosh! So as he comes clambering out of there, you see him kind of like put his hands on his leg as you realize it's been like very badly burned, and it won't really affect him on any saves or anything, but it certainly did on the initiative where he only rolled a 1. So let me see if he does have any sort of. Okay, so he's gonna have a whopping 2 for his initiative, and then we'll just. All right, so Ryden, you were the last one to go, and you have your initiative, or you had the inspiration and all that. So we'll go ahead and pick it up right after you, with Garg and his little alligator friend, Simon.
Okay. So the Mind Flayer. Sorry, I had to start walking the dog again. Is the Mind Flayer within 30 feet of Garg?
Yep.
All right, easy decision then. Garg is going to run straight up to the big tentacly face dude, and he's going to punch those tentacles as hard as he can.
All right.
Somebody roll me a d20 plus 5.
Seemed like Fate, you've been helping us with that. If you want to continue.
Thank you so much for the help with that, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that was a good roll with the 16. 16 to hit the big guy himself. You see that he's wearing a breastplate armor underneath his wicked robe, and yet you're still able to just go right past it and punch him square in his tentacle jaw. They kind of coil around your fist for a second, but limply, not with strength. Roll that damage for me. What would
Beautiful.
it be?
That's 1d8 plus 3 if you could.
Alrighty.
And I believe enough time has passed that the rage is no longer going on, so that will be the end of Garg's turn.
What'd you say? 1d8 plus 3?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what he said. If you got it, Dwark.
6.
Okay. You almost hear like a blah, 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 as that's like the physical sound he can make, but in your minds you just hear the shriek of, "You took our tool! How am I supposed to talk to my grandmother halfway across the country?" But
Just real quick, I don't know if you heard me. I don't think I got a response, but I renewed the emboldening bond with the D4 every turn, just so that's established.
okay, no, I didn't hear that. My bad.
You're good.
Okay, so we are gonna go to the Mind Flayer's turn, and let's see what he should do. All right, so as you're okay. As you punch him and he kind of like wraps his tentacles around you, at first it's like limply, and as you begin to extract your fist back, Garg, it suddenly becomes taut, and you feel the suckers of his tentacles like starting to dig into your bare flesh. And let's see if that actually will do anything to you. And oh my god, I rolled poorly, but he has a pretty high thing. So an 11 will not hit you though. You feel them kind of like a little pinch as it realizes it's not able to pierce your stone-like flesh and kind of releases, and that will be its turn. So let's go to Fate.
So Fate is gonna get himself out of the water. He's going to point his finger at the Mind Flayer and be like, "You!" And he's gonna put all the blame on the bad things that happened to him recently on this guy.
It's fair.
and he will vow to kill him the most brutal way
He's like,
possible.
fuck him
as,
up. I heard that.
as I'm using vow of enmity with my channel divinity
Okay.
feature. So I'll have advantage against him with everything I do, basically.
Nice.
And I guess shoot the fucker with my pistol, I guess. Eldritch Blast coming at him.
All right, gotcha. See the dark energy kind of coalesce around his finger gun, and it all of a sudden is all too real as he unleashes a
Crit.
incredible blast against this mind flayer. Let's see that damage. Plus
10.
plus crit, baby. So 10 total. You see him kind of like ricochet off the wall behind him, as if he just got gut punched by Garg in front of him, but it was actually an eldritch blast from a pistol. And then so 10. Okay. So with his burns and then these recent attacks, you get a sense that he's almost bloodied by the kind of light purple ichor that's starting to drip from his tentacles. Anything else from Fate?
He will use his free object interaction to actually draw his spear properly, and that's it.
Okay, got the spear in hand, and we'll go to Dwarric. What do you have for this these evil abominations?
I'm gonna sprint through, weave my way through there, turn to this mind flayer, and say, I've been waiting for you. And then I'm gonna cast Inflict Wounds, 2nd level. So that's gonna be a 16 to hit.
That will hit. And if you don't mind, I would flavor it like you jump into harm's way, and you have these little brain-like things nipping at your heels. As you don't actually have to use your hands. You almost kind of just like put them in a stance at your side and nod your head forward as you mentally inflict wounds across this thing as you flex your pure intelligence upon him. Quite an insult
Yep.
to a mind flayer.
That is 29 necrotic damage.
Damn! That's I could see that you were holding that one in for somebody. Woo! Okay.
Yeah.
And so you can see him kind of like, even he drops his hands at his side, like almost more listlessly than you, as you see his tentacles go taut, and he's locked in this mental struggle, and then his body like convulses violently as he loses and just falls to the ground, barely picking himself back up, and like just trembling all over as he's getting very close to death. Anything else for you to work? Or your homunculus?
I'm gonna use a bonus action to use Shield of Fate Shield of Faith on Fate. So Fate, you get a +2 to your AC.
Nice.
It is a concentration spell, so with that in mind, that's turn.
Okay, so I'll just divide this up where he trots forward, and we'll have I'll just do it like this. Garg, you realize that you have an intellect devourer on either side of you, and you're having to flex all your dexterity to dodge these hits. Looks like one of them will get through, the other one will not. Let me double check there. Oh, actually, hold on. A 15 does, actually. They're a little bit stronger than I thought they were. Okay, so you're going to take both of the claws.
Okay. How much are they doing?
You don't have that +1 to AC, do you? Oh, that was
Was
still
that?
needed.
No, I do not.
All right, my bad. Sorry. So the first one does 4 slashing to you,
Okay.
and the second one does 7. So a total of 11 slashing damage to you. And then
Alright,
you
he's
see
okay.
them not completely ignoring the foes that are behind them, raining down blows, and so they'll both turn towards each of Ryden and Fate, and they're going to try to do their Oh wait, it has to be within 10 feet. Hold on, my bad. Boop and boop. Okay, now they can.
Oh, I got an opportunity attack.
Oh, that's so true. Hold on.
Hey,
Yeah, let me see.
nice.
There's not really much more I can do with him if I don't do that. So, yeah, that's okay. I'll risk it. What's up?
All right. Here come the Thunder Gauntlets. Go ahead and do both and see. 17 to hit for 7 damage.
Okay, and then I took a claw towards you from the other guy, and he missed. So you just feel a light kind of scratching on your back as you drive the fist
Portal
home.
shell.
And yeah, you nearly cripple this thing as it kind of moves a little closer towards Fate. It's pretty hurt now, and it is going to do Devour Intellect. So from Ryden and Fate, I'll need intelligence saving throws.
Technically, aren't I behind this wall? If that does anything.
13
So I
total.
would say at least this one could have seen you,
Found a skeleton
Okay.
and then this one would be targeting Fate.
spider, which is pretty rare.
13.
Chance to change your feet.
A 13 is enough, and then how about you? How about you, Ryden?
17.
Okay, so you're both good anyways. You just feel this kind of like, almost like an afterthought on your mind as you realize that you were kind of under attack. And then with that, we'll go to Ryden himself. What do you have for us?
Not this guy.
I'm going to go up here, shoot the mind flare with my longbow for a nat 20.
Boom.
Nice.
So you're talking about the one right in front of you?
Mind flare.
Oh, the Mind Flayer.
Oh, the mind flare. I'm so sorry. And okay, go ahead, roll that damage. Might be enough.
Those are some low rolls. Let's see, that's a 7 in total.
Okay, so you, again, with your expertise in anatomy of different beings and what you need to do proper investigations, and you're able to tell that with that blow, you did half of his remaining health. And
Okay.
anything else from you, Ryden?
I'm going to use my tabaxi abilities to double my speed for this one turn so I get dash back here.
Okay, cool. Well and truly behind the wall, and we'll go with Gark. If you can hear me, Garg, you have the mind flare right in front of you, severely hurt, and then you
Sorry. I didn't realize I was muted there. Thought I clicked the button.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, Garg is just going to keep it going. He doesn't have many other options. He has to go ahead and punch that mind player one more time.
What's your modifier? +5?
It is +5.
And that's a 17.
That hits him. You're doing well on getting past that breastplate.
Very nice, very nice. And then please give me a 1d8 +3 if you don't mind.
8 points of damage.
Okay, so you can definitely flavor it a little more after this if you like, but I would say, after you have you cock your fist back in the 6 seconds and ready another punch, kind of a repeat of below, but this time you're coming with the vengeance, and you know just where to strike, and you miss his tentacle mouth and just hit him right square on his head. It's like a UFC championship knockout. As he kind of just rebounds back off of the cage behind him, and then he just falls to his knees and looks up, and you hear one last little wail in your minds as he succumbs to death. And of course, if you want to add a little more to that, feel free.
No, I think that's good. I think the only thing I would add is Garg very quietly says Garg one more time and spits on the mind flayer.
God.
Bruh.
And that's it.
Simon shouts, "Huzzah! We did it!" And then if you move, you would take an opportunity attack. So you probably want to hang out there, and we'll go to Fate. If
Yeah,
that's all
I
good.
think we're just going to stoke it up. Yeah, we're good with that.
Okay, cool. Maybe you turn yourself around so they don't have your back anymore. And then Fate, what are you gonna do?
I gain a lot of usage out of my channel divinity, but okay. My spear will start. It will envelop itself in fiery red energy as a certain red mark appears on this one, as if it got branded. As I cast Hexblade Curse,
Okay.
So I gain +2 to damage if I hit it. I can crit on a 19, and if it dies, I will gain some HP back.
Okay, so basically all you got to do is land a hit, and it's gonna die because it has 2 HP. So let's see what you got.
And a lot of utility out of my stuff. Where's my... There it is. 18.
Beautiful. So go ahead and describe his death for me. He's there.
It gets skewered like a shish kebab. And that's it.
All right, I'm just gonna move him over here because he's the one in my initiative tracker, but he's dead.
And can I move it? If one dies, can I move it? Or no, I think I need a special invocation. So yeah, that's it from me. I will move closer and end my turn.
Okay, and so as he dispatches that latest foe, Dwark and Garg, you just see Fate stride forward with his spear and like a fierce glow behind the mask. With that, Dwark, what would you like to do? You and Garg are on a roll with this punching.
When I look on either side of me, which one appears more hurt?
Sure. Let's see. The fellow. Actually, they're equal. It doesn't look like they've been hurt since they have escaped the flames. And speaking of that, you get a sense that like the rumbling and shifting of the tunnel has kind of ceased, and just a steady like plume of ash and smoke kind of is pouring from the doorway. Not too obscuring or anything, but yeah, they're both equally hurt.
Okay. Then to this one behind me, I'm going to mentally just like aggressively make contact with him, going for inflict wounds at second level, and that's a 12 to hit. Does that hit?
That actually will meet it. And which one was it?
Second level, or the one to the north, I guess, on the map.
Okay, gotcha. Let's see it.
Okay.
Here it goes. And another one.
26 damage.
Did you say 26?
Yep.
Go ahead and describe his demise for me if you don't mind.
As I turn and stare at him, my armor starts radiating kind of a necrotic energy, and the turtle shell starts to glow, and soon this little mind flayer brain explodes. Just pops. Not mind flayer brains.
Nice.
Whatever they're called.
Okay, so you have this one last guy, and his master is gone, and he's smart enough to know that if he tries to to fight this, then he will die. So he will take the opportunity attacks. So let's see what y'all got.
I got a 13 with the Thunder Gauntlet.
10 from me.
Does 6 damage.
Okay, how about you?
Did Garg get one?
Oh no, Fate, you had the 18 or you had the 10?
I had the 10.
Okay, so that actually would be a miss.
Garg gets a 16.
Okay, so
Oh boy.
Garg and Dwark, how much damage did you say Dwark? 6?
6, yeah.
Okay, and how about for you, Garg? What you got, Fate? If you want to
I
roll.
am actually back at the computer. If I can let's see.
4 points of damage.
There we go.
Okay, so that's actually just above. He had 9 remaining. So as you feel his presence start to spike one of your minds, as you know that he's going to do one last ditch effort to try to do something, but also trying to get the heck out of here because he's scared and alone. And it's a pretty foolish move, of course, and he is crushed underneath your fists as you both start doing the beat down on him. And so we'll go ahead and exit combat there. And I know we are approaching end of time and probably really should have ended more like 30 minutes ago. So we'll kind of speed into this last part if y'all don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I may have to run soon too. So.
Okay, so
Doesn't
yeah, we're
have
just
to
gonna
fight.
role play and exit, and we'll definitely be done in the next 10 minutes for sure. And so that being said, you guys have done an exceptional job on putting the beat down on them and taking some beatings yourself. So I just want to say kudos on that. And then to end it off, you guys make your way back to the first level, and you are astounded to see Drogoth there waiting for you. And he has a couple of his kobold minions there with him as well. Give me 1 second. You guys are already in the right spot pretty much, so that's fine. And let me show you these guys that have been just sitting there waiting. Okay, so you see Drogoth kind of patter up from the side, and they were clearly waiting for you guys to return down. And he kind of laughs to himself, and he sees the telltale sign of the crystal in Dwark's possession. All right, let me see. So, his troop kind of blocks the exit, and you guys are pretty worn after these recent fights, and you automatically get the sense that Drogoth is no simple magician or anything, and he demands to you, I'm so glad you survived, and you did me a favor by taking care of that flayer. Now, I must say, give me the crystal, and you can be on your way.
Pistol, Eldritch Blast.
Could we attempt to sell it?
It's actually a magic item, but okay. So you initiate combat with him, and it starts to get underway to where it's a pretty gruesome and bloody fight for a good at least 12 to 15 seconds as it just erupts into all-scale warfare. And the kobolds under command are given everything they can, and they're a little bit more nourished than their emaciated cousins below. But Drogoth himself, he almost is engaging each one of you individually and keeping you all busy as his kobolds will kind of prick at you here and there, but yourselves are able to get some blows off too, and you see his chest start to heave and a cut open up on his chin. But the same for you guys, you're starting to show some blood and some wear, some chinks in your armor as it drags on for another round, and eventually you hear the call of Rog, and he comes tromping down with a whole suit of guards with him, and he immediately demands for Drogoth to stop and be detained. And you see him try to put up a little bit of resistance, but in the end, he's just, the numbers are against him at this point. So he kind of quietly secedes, and that's pretty much that with that. You guys are able to put them in ropes and things, however you want to see fit to shackle them, and you make it out of the mine, and kind of a sad, weary procession back to town, but full of victory as well, knowing that you had quite a challenge ahead of you and came out victorious. And so, on the way back to Bryn Shander, you pass through Tourmaline and those places again. And along the way, Rog kind of explains to you, yes, it's a shame. And Kaolix is doing a lot better now, and I found out that Drogoth sent him and the other kobolds into the mine to recover that crystal you're holding there, Dwark. I'm sure you already have pieced this together yourselves, but it looks like Drogoth was a traitor. He was siphoning the gems here for his own benefit. Looks like the mine was actually quite lucrative, but he was believing it to be nothing for me this whole time. So I must thank you. This criminal, we can give him to the local authorities, and he won't be a pain in my hide any longer.
Cool.
And I got to thank you guys too for sealing up the tunnel there. And it's a shame that I'm not gonna provide the gems for the Antios family after all, but we're one step closer to getting some peace. And with that, we'll just cut it. I appreciate you guys. Your rewards are going to be 10 downtime, a level if you choose to take it, and then you guys also got the handouts there. There's the potion of climbing, the lantern of tracking, the psi crystal, and I'll make a session logs and post y'all on that, of course. As far as gold, I want to go ahead and just give you guys the max because you pretty much hit this adventure at all points. So 500 divided by 4 is 125 if I'm correct. And so that'd be 125 gold each, and yeah, he'll get. I don't know if he's still on the call, but either way, I'll tag him on that, so he'll see that. For if you weren't streaming and you're just picking up service hours from me streaming, it looks like I started at 110 and it is now 550. And I'll go ahead and cut the stream now, so appreciate anybody who checked in on that.